less. Different virtues needs must be the fruits of formal principles, and these, save one, will by thy reasoning be destroyed. Beside, if rarity were of that dusk the cause, which thou inquirest, either in some part, that planet must throughout be void, nor fed with its own matter, or, as bodies share their fat and leanness, in like manner this must in its volume change the leaves. The first, if it were true, had through the sun's eclipse been manifested by transparency of light, as through aught rare beside effest. But this is not. Therefore remains to see the other cause, and if the other fall erroneous, so must prove what seemed to thee. If not from side to side this rarity pass through, there needs must be a limit, whence its contrary no further lets it pass, and hence the beam, that from without proceeds, must be poured back, as colour comes, through glass, reflected, which behind it lead conceals. Now wilt thou say, that they're of murkier hue, then in the other part the ray is shown, by being thence refracted farther back. From this perplexity will free thee soon. Experience, if thereof thou trial make, the fountain whence your arts derive their stream. 3 mirrors shalt thou take, and 2 remove from thee alike, and more remote the third. Betwixt the former pair shall meet thine eyes. Then turn toward them, cause behind thy back a light to stand, that on the 3 shall shine, and thus reflected come to thee from all, though that beheld most distant do not stretch a space so ample, yet in brightness thou will own it equaling the rest. But now, as under snow the ground, if the warm ray smites it, remains dismantled of the hue and cold that covered it before, so thee, dismantled in thy mind, I will inform, with light so lively, that the tremulous beam shall quiver where it falls, within the heaven, where peace divine inhabits, circles round, a body, in whose virtue dies the being of all that it contains. The following heaven, that hath so many lights, this being divides through different essences, from it distinct, and yet contained within it. The other orbs, their separate distinctions variously dispose, for their own seed and produce apt. Thus do these organs of the world proceed, as thou beholdest now, from step to step, their influences from above deriving, and thence transmitting downwards. Mark me well, how through this passage to the truth I ford, the truth thou lovest, that thou henceforth alone mayest know to keep the shallows safe, untold, the virtue and motion of the sacred orbs, as mallet by the workman's hand, must needs by blessed movers be inspurred. This heaven, made beauteous by so many luminaries, from the deep spirit that moves its circling sphere, its image takes an impress as a seal, and as the soul that dwells within your dust, through members different, yet together formed, in different POWRs resolves itself, e'en so, the intellectual efficacy unfolds, its goodness multiplied throughout the stars, on its own unity revolving still, different virtue compact different, makes with the precious body it enlivens, with which it knits, as life in you is knit, from its original nature full of joy. The virtue mingled through the body shines, as joy through pupil of the living eye. From hence proceeds that which from light to light seems different, and not from dense or rare. This is the formal cause that generates, proportion to its power, the dusk or clear. Canto 3. That sun, which erst with love my bosom warmed, had a fair truth unveiled the sweet aspect, by proof of right, and of the false reproof, and I, to own myself convinced and free of doubt, as much as needed, raised my head erect for speech, But soon a sight appeared, which, so intent to mark it, held me fixed. That of confession I no longer thought, as through translucent and smooth glass or wave, clear and unmoved, and flowing not so deep, as that its bed is dark, the shape returns, so faint of our impictured lineaments, that on white forehead set a pearl as strong, comes to the eye, such saw I many a face, all stretched to speak, from whence I straight conceived, delusion opposite to that, which rayed, between the man and fountain, amorous flame, sudden, as I perceived them, deeming these reflected semblances to see of whom they were, I turned mine eyes, and nothing saw, then turned them back, directed on the light of my sweet guide, who smiling shot forth beams from her celestial eyes. Wonder not thou, she cried, at this my smiling, when I see thy childish judgment, since not yet on truth it rests the foot, but, as it still is wont, makes thee fall back in unsound vacancy. True substances are these, which thou beholdest, hither through failure of their vow exiled. But speak thou with them, listen, and believe, that the true light, which fills them with desire, permits not from its beams their feet to stray, straight to the shadow which for converse seemed most earnest. I addressed me, and began, as one by over-eagerness perplexed. O Spirit, born for joy, who in the rays of life eternal of that sweetness knowest, the flavor, which, not tasted, passes far all apprehension, me it well would please, if thou wouldst tell me of thy name, and this, your station here, whence she, with kindness prompt, and eyes glistening with smiles, our charity, to any wish by justice introduct, bars not the door, no more than she above, who would of all her court be like herself. I was a virgin sister in the earth, and if thy mind observe me well, this form, with such addition gracked of loveliness, will not conceal me long, but thou wilt know, Picarda, in the tardiest sphere thus placked, here amid these other blessed also blessed, our hearts, whose high affections burn alone, with pleasure from the Holy Spirit conceived, admitted to his order dwell in joy. And this condition, which appears so low, is for this cause assigned us, that our vows were in some part neglected and made void. Whence I to her replied, something divine beams in your countenance, wondrous fair, from former knowledge quite transmuting you. Therefore to recollect was I so slow. But what thou say'st doth to my memory given now such aid, that to retrace your forms is easier. Yet inform me, ye, who here are happy, long ye for a higher place, more to behold, and more in love to dwell. She with those other spirits gently smilled, then answered with such gladness, that she seemed with love's first flame to glow. Brother, our will is in composure settled by the power of charity, who makes us will alone what we possess, and naught beyond desire. If we should wish to be exalted more, then must our wishes jar with the high will of him who sets us here, which in these orbs thou wilt confess not possible, if here to be in charity must needs befall, and if her nature well thou contemplate, rather it is inherent in this state of blessedness to keep ourselves within the divine will, by which our wills with his are one, so that as we from step to step are placked throughout this kingdom, pleases all, e'en as our King, who in us plants his will, and in his will is our tranquility. It is the mighty ocean, whither tends whatever it creates and nature makes. Then saw I clearly how each spot in heaven is paradise, though with like gracious dew the supreme virtue show are not over all, but as it chances, if one sort of food hath satiated, and of another still, the appetite remains, that this is asked. And thanks for that returned, e'en so did I. In word and motion, bent from her to learn what web it was through which she had not drawn the shuttle to its point. She thus began: exalted worth and perfectness of life, the lady higher up in shrine in heaven, by whose pure laws upon your nether earth the robe and veil they wear, to that intent, that until death they may keep watch or sleep with their great bridegroom, who accepts each vow, which to his gracious pleasure love conforms, from the world to follow her, when young, escaped, and, in her vesture mantling me, made promise of the way her sect enjoins. Thereafter men, for ill than good more apt, forth snatched me from the pleasant cloisters pale. God knows how after that my life was frammed. This other splendid shape, which thou behold'st, at my right side, burning with all the light of this our orb, what of myself I tell, may to herself apply. From her, like me, a sister with like violence were torn the saintly folds that shaded her fair brows, e'en when she to the world again was brought, in spite of her own will and better wont. Yet not for that the bosom's inward veil did she renounce. This is the luminary of mighty Constance, who from that loud blast, which blew the second over Swabia's realm, that power product, which was the third and last, she sayest from further talk, and then began Ave Maria singing, and with that song vanished as heavy substance through deep wave. Mine eye, that far as it was capable, pursued her, when in dimness she was lost, turned to the mark where greater want impelled, and bent on Beatrice all its gaze. But she as lightning beamed upon my looks, so that the sight sustained it not at first. Whence I to question her became less prompt. Canto 4. Between two kinds of food, both equally remote and tempting, first a man might die of hunger, ere he one could freely choose. E'en so would stand a lamb between the maw of two fierce wolves, in dread of both alike. E'en so between two deer a dog would stand. Wherefore, if I was silent, fault nor praise, I to myself impute, by equal doubts, held in suspense, since of necessity it happened. Silent was I, yet desire was painted in my looks, and thus I spake my wish more earnestly than language could, as Daniel, when the haughty king he freed from ire that spurred him on to deeds unjust and violent. So looked Beatrice then. Well I discern, she thus her words addressed: how contrary desires each way constrain thee, so that thy anxious thought is in itself bound up and stifled, nor breathes freely forth. Thou arguest, if the good intent remain, what reason that another's violence should stint the measure of my fair desert? Cause too thou find'st for doubt, in that it seems that spirits to the stars, as Plato deemed, return. These are the questions which thy will urge equally, and therefore I the first of that will treat, which hath the more of gall. Of seraphim he who is most ensked, Moses and Samuel, and either John. Choose which thou wilt, nor even Mary's self have not in any other heaven their seats. Then have those spirits which so late thou sawest, nor more or fewer years exist, but all make the first circle beauteous, diversely, partaking of sweet life, as more or less afflation of eternal bliss pervades them. Here were they shown thee, not that fate assigns this for their sphere, but for a sign to thee of that celestial furthest from the height. Thus needs, that ye may apprehend, we speak, since from things sensible alone ye learn that which digested rightly after turns to intellectual, for no other cause. The Scripture, condescending graciously to your perception, hands and feet to God, attributes nor so means an holy church doth represent with human countenance Gabriel and Michael and him who made Tobias whole, unlike what here thou sayest. The judgment of Timaeus, who affirms each soul rested to its particular star, believing it to have been taken thence, when nature gave it to inform her mould, since to appearance his intention is e'en what his words declare, or else to shun derision. Haply thus he hath disguised his true opinion, if his meaning be that to the influencing of these orbs revert the honour and the blame in human acts. Perchance he doth not wholly miss the truth, this principle, not understood aright, erewhile perverted well nigh all the world, so that it fell to fabled names of Jove, and Mercury, and Mars. That other doubt, which moves thee, is less harmful, for it brings no peril of removing thee from me, that, to the eye of man, our justice seems unjust, is argument for faith, and not for heretic declension. To the end this truth may stand more clearly in your view, I will content thee even to thy wish. If violence be, when that which suffers naught consents to that which forceth not, for this these spirits stood exculpate, for the will that will not still survives unquenched, and doth as nature doth in fire, though the violence rest it 1,000 times, for if it yield, or more or less, so far it follows force. And thus did these, whom they had power to seek the hallowed place again, in them had will been perfect, such as once upon the bars held Lawrence firm, or wrought in Scaevola, to his own hand remorseless, to the path whence they were drawn, their steps had hastened back, when liberty returned, but in too few resolve so steadfast dwells. And by these words, if duly wait, that argument is void, which oft might have perplexed thee still. But now another question thwarts thee, which to solve might try thy patience without better aid. I have, no doubt, instilled into thy mind that blessed spirit may not lie, since near the source of primal truth it dwells, for I and thou mightest after of Picarda learn that Constance held affection to the veil, so that she seems to contradict me here. Not seldom, brother, it hath chanced for men to do what they had gladly left undone, yet to shun peril they have done amiss. E'en as Alcmaeon, at his father's suit, slew his own mother, so made pitiless, not to lose pity. On this point bethink thee, that force and will are blended in such wise as not to make the offence excusable. Absolute will agrees not to the wrong, that inasmuch as there is fear of woe from non-compliance, it agrees of will. Thus absolute Picarda spake, and I of th other, so that both have truly said. Such was the flow of that pure rill, that welled from forth the fountain of all truth, and such the rest, that to my wondering thoughts I found. O thou of primal love, the prime delight, goddess, I straight replied, whose lively words still shed new heat and vigour through my soul. Affection fails me to requite thy grace, with equal sum of gratitude be his to recompense, who sees and can reward thee. Well I discern that by that truth alone, enlightened, beyond which no truth may roam, our mind can satisfy her thirst to know. Therein she resteth, e'en as in his lair, the wild beast, soon as she hath reached that bound. And she hath power to reach it, else desire were given to no end. And thence doth doubt spring, like a shoot, around the stock of truth. And it is nature which from height to height onto the summit prompts us. This invites, this doth assure me, lady, reverently, to ask thee of other truth, that yet is dark to me. I fain would know, if man, by other works well done may so supply, the failure of his vows, that in your scale, they lack not weight. I spake, and on me straight, Beatrice looked with eyes that shot forth sparks of love celestial in such copious stream, that, virtue sinking in me overpowered, I turned, and downward bent confessed my sight. Canto V. If beyond earthly wont, the flame of love illume me, so that I o'ercome thy power of vision, marvel not, but learn the cause, in that perfection of the sight, which soon, as apprehending, hasteneth on to reach the good it apprehends. I well discern how in thine intellect already shines the light eternal, which to view alone ne'er fails to kindle love, and if aught else your love seduces, 'tis but that it shows some ill-marked vestige of that primal beam. This would thou know, if failure of the vow by other service may be so supplied, as from self-question to assure the soul. Thus she her words, not heedless of my wish, began, and thus, as one who breaks not off discourse, continued in her saintly strain. Supreme of gifts, which God creating gave, of his free bounty, sign most evident, of goodness, and in his account most prized, was liberty of will, the boon wherewith all intellectual creatures, and them soul, he hath endowed. Hence now thou mayst infer, of what high worth the vow, which so is framed, that when man offers, God well pleased accepts. For in the compact between God and him, this treasure, such as I describe it to thee, he makes the victim, and of his own act. What compensation therefore may he find, if that, whereof thou hast oblation made, by using well thou think to consecrate, thou would of theft do charitable deed? Thus I resolve thee of the greater point. But forasmuch as Holy Church, herein dispensing, seems to contradict the truth, I have discovered to thee, yet behoves thou rest a little longer at the board, ere the crude aliment, which thou hast taken, digested fitly to nutrition turn. Open thy mind to what I now unfold, and give it inward keeping. Knowledge comes of learning well retained, unfruitful else. This sacrifice in essence of two things consisteth. One is that, whereof's tea is made, the covenant the other. For the last, it ne'er is cancelled if not kept, and hence I spake erewhile so strictly of its force. For this it was enjoined the Israelites, though leave were given them, as thou knowest, to change the offering, still to offer another part. The matter and the substance of the vow may well be such, to that without offence it may for other substance be exchanged, but at his own discretion none may shift the burden on his shoulders unrelieved by either key, the yellow and the white, nor deem of any change as less than vain, if the last bond be not within the new, included, as the quartre in the six. No satisfaction therefore can be paid for what so precious in the balance weighs, that all in counterpoise must kick the beam. Take then no vow at random, with faith, preserve it, yet not bent, as Jephthah once, blindly to execute a rash resolve, whom better it had suited to exclaim, I have done ill, than to redeem his pledge, by doing worse or, not unlike to him, in folly, that great leader of the Greeks, whence, on the altar, Iphigenia mourned her virgin beauty, and hath since made mourn both wise and simple, even all who hear of so fell sacrifice. Be ye more staid, O Christians, not, like feather, by each wind removable, nor think to cleanse ourselves in every water. The Testament, the old and new, is yours, and for your guide The shepherd of the church let this suffice to save you, when by evil lust enticed. Remember ye be men, not senseless beasts, nor let the Jew, who dwelleth in your streets, hold you in mock. Why? Be not, as the lamb, that, fickle wanton, leaves its mother's milk, to dally with itself in idle play. Such were the words that Beatrice spake. These ended, to that region, where the world is liveliest, full of fond desire she turned, though mainly prompt new question to propose. Her silence and charmed look did keep me dumb, and as the arrow, ere the cord is still, leapeth unto its mark, so on we sped into the second realm. There I beheld the dame so joyous enter, that the orb grew brighter at her smiles, and, if the star were moved to gladness, what then was my cheer? Whom nature hath made apt for every change, as in a quiet and clear lake the fish, if aught approach them from without, do draw towards it, deeming it their food, so drew full more than 1,000 splendors towards us, and in each one was heard, lo, one arrived, to multiply our loves, and as each came, the shadow, streaming forth effulgence new, witnessed augmented joy. Here, reader, think, if thou didst miss the sequel of my tale, to know the rest how sorely thou wouldst crave, and thou shalt see what vehement desire possessed me, as soon as these had met my view, to know their state. O born in happy hour, thou to whom grace vouchsafes, or ere thy close of fleshly warfare, to behold the thrones of that eternal triumph, know to us the light communicated, which through heaven expatiates without bound. Therefore, if aught thou of our beams wouldst borrow for thine aid, spare not, and of our radiance take thy fill. Thus of those piteous spirits one bespake me, and Beatrice next, say on, and trust, as unto gods, how in the light supreme thou harbourest, and from thence the virtue bringest, that, sparkling in thine eyes, denotes thy joy. Mark, but who thou art, still to seek, or wherefore, worthy spirit, for thy lot, this fear assigned, that oft from mortal ken, is veiled by others' beams. I said, and turned toward the lustre, that with greeting, kind, erewhile had hailed me, forthwith brighter far than erst it waxed, and, as himself the sun hides through excess of light, when his warm gaze athon the mantle of thick vapours prayed, within its proper ray the saintly shape was, through increase of gladness, thus concealed, and, shrouded so in splendour, answered me, e'en as the 10th hour of my song declares. Canto 6. After that Constantine the eagle turned against the motions of the heaven that rolled, consenting with its course, when he of yore, Lavinia's spouse, was leader of the flight. 100 years twice told and more, his seat, at Europe's extreme point, the bird of Jove, held, near the mountains, whence he issued first. There, under shadow of his sacred plumes, swaying the world, till through successive hands, to mine he came devolved. Caesar I was, and am Justinian, destined by the will of that prime love, whose influence I feel, from vain excess to clear encumbered laws, or ere that working gagged me, I did hold Christ's nature merely human, with such faith contented. But the blessed Agapete, who was chief shepherd, he with warning voice to the true faith recalled me. I believed his words, and what he taught, now plainly see, as thou in every contradiction sayest, the true and false opposed. Soon as my feet were to the church reclaimed, to my great task, by inspiration of God's grace impelled, I gave me wholly, and consigned mine arms to Belisarius, with whom heaven's right hand was linked in such conjoinment, T was a sign that I should rest. To thy first question thus, I shape mine answer, which were ended here, but that its tendency doth prompt perforce to some addition, that thou well mayst mark what reason on each side they have to plead, by whom that holiest banner is withstood, both who pretend its power and who oppose. Beginning from that hour when Pallas died, to give it rule, behold the valorous deeds have made it worthy reverence, not unknown to thee, how for 300 years and more it dwelt in Alba, up to those fell lists, where for its sake were met the rival three, nor aught unknown to thee, which it achieved, down to the Sabines' wrong to Lucrece woe, with its 7 kings conquering the nation round, nor all it wrought by Roman worthies home, 'gainst Brennus and Lepiro prince and hosts of single chiefs or states in league combined, of social warfare, hence Torquatus stern, and Quintius named of his neglected locks, the Decii and the Fabii hence acquired their fame, which I with duteous zeal embalm. By it the pride of Arab hordes was quelled, when they led on by Hannibal o'erpast the Alpine rocks, whence glide thy currents, Po, beneath its guidance, in their prime of days. Scipio and Pompey triumphed, and that hill, under whose summit thou didst see the light, rued its stern bearing, after, near the hour, when he then was minded that o'er all the world his own deep calm should brood, to Caesar's hand did Rome consign it, and what then it wrought. From Var unto the Rhine, saw Isia's flood, Loire and Seine, and every vale that fills the torrent Rhone. What after that it wrought, when from Ravenna it came forth, and leaped, the Rubicon was of so bold a flight, that tongue nor pen may follow it. To RDS Spain, it wheeled its bands, then tow road Dyrrachium smote, and on Pharsalia with so fierce a plunge, e'en the warm Nile was conscious to the pang, its native shores Antandros, and the streams of Simwai revisited, and there, where Hector lies, then ill for Ptolemy, his pennon shook again, lightning thence fell on Juba, and the next upon your west. At sound of the Pompeian trump, returned what following, and in its next bearer's gripe it wrought, is now by Cassius and Brutus, barked off in hell, and by Perugia's sons, and Modena's was mourned. Hence weepeth still sad Cleopatra, who, pursued by it, took from the adder black and sudden death. With him it ran into the Red Sea coast. With him composed the world to such a peace, that of his temple Janus barred the door. But all the mighty standard yet had wrought, and was appointed to perform thereafter. Throughout the mortal kingdom which it swayed, falls in appearance dwindled and obscured, if one with steady eye and perfect thought on the third Caesar look, for to his hands the living justice, in whose breath I move, committed glory, e'en into his hands, to execute the vengeance of its wrath. Hear now and wonder at what next I tell. After with Titus it was sent to wreak vengeance for vengeance of the ancient sin. And, when the Lombard tooth, with fangs impure, did gore the bosom of the Holy Church, under its wings victorious, Charlemagne sped to her rescue. Judge then for thyself, of those, whom I erewhile accused to thee, what they are, and how grievous their offending. Who are the cause of all your ills? The one against the universal ensign rears the yellow lilies, and with partial aim, that to himself the other arrogates, so that to T is hard to see which more offends. Be yours, ye Ghibellines, to veil your arts beneath another standard. Ill is this, followed of him who severs it and justice, and let not with his Guelphs the new crown Charles assail it, but those talents hold in dread, which from a lion of more lofty port have rent the easing, many a time ere now. The sons have for the sire's transgression wailed, nor let him trust the fond belief that he then will truck its armor for his lilied shield. This little star is furnished with good spirits, whose mortal lives were busied to that end, that honor and renown might wait on them. And when desires thus are in their intention, true love must needs ascend with slacker beam. But it is part of our delight to measure our wages with the merit and admire the close proportion. Hence doth he then ly justice temper so evenly affection in us, it ne'er can warp to any wrongfulness. Of diverse voices is sweet music made, so in our life the different degrees render sweet harmony among these wheels. Within the pearl that now encloseth us shines Romeo's light, whose goodly deed and fair met ill acceptance. But the provencals, that were his foes, have little cause for mirth. Ill shapes that man his course, who makes his wrong of others worth. For daughters were there born to Raymond Berenger, and every one became a queen, and this for him did Romeo, though of mean state and from a foreign land. Yet envious tongues incited him to ask a reckoning of that just one, who returned 12-fold to him for 10. Aged and poor, he parted thence, and if the world did know the heart he had, begging his life by morsels, T would deem the praise it yields him scantly dealt. Canto 7. Hosanna Sanctus Deus Sabaoth, super illustrans claritate toi, felices ignis horum malahoth. Thus chanting saw I turn that substance bright, with fourfold lustre to its orb again, revolving, and the rest unto their dance. With it moved also, and like swiftest sparks, in sudden distance from my sight were veiled. Me doubt possessed, and speak, it whispered me. Speak, speak unto thy lady, that she quench thy thirst with drops of sweetness. Yet blank awe, which lorded o'er me, even at the sound of Beatrice's name, did bow me down, as one in slumber held. Not long that mood Beatrice suffered, she, with such a smile as might have made one blessed amid the flames. Beaming upon me, thus her words began: Thou in thy thought art pondering, as I deem, and what I deem is truth. How just revenge could be with justice punished, from which doubt I soon will free thee, so thou mark my words, for they of weighty matter shall possess thee. That man, who was unborn, himself condemned, and, in himself, all, who since him have lived, his offspring, whence, below, the human kind, lay sick in grievous error many an age, until it pleased the word of God to come amongst them down, to his own person joining, the nature from its maker far estranged, by the mere act of his eternal love. Contemplate here the wonder I unfold. The nature with its maker thus conjoined, created first was blameless, pure and good, but through itself alone was driven forth from paradise, because it had eschewed the way of truth and life, to evil turned. Ne'er then was penalty so just as that inflicted by the cross, if thou regard the nature in assumption doomed, ne'er wrong so great in reference to him who took such nature on him and endured the doom. God therefore and the Jews one sentence pleased, so different effects flowed from one act, and he then was opened, though the earth did quake. Count it not hard henceforth, when thou dost hear that a just vengeance was by righteous court justly revenged. But yet I see thy mind, by thought on thought arising sore perplexed, and with how vehement desire it asks solution of the maze. What I have heard is plain, thou say'st, but wherefore God this way? For our redemption chose, eludes my search. brother! No eye of man not perfected, nor fully ripened in the flame of love, may fathom this decree. It is a mark, in sooth, much aimed at, and but little kenned, and I will therefore show thee why such way was worthiest. The celestial love, that spume, all envying in its bounty, in itself, with such effulgence blazeth, as sends forth all beauteous things eternal. What distills, immediate thence, no end of being knows, bearing its seal immutably impressed. Whatever thence immediate falls, is free, free wholly, uncontrollable by power of each thing new, by such conformity, more grateful to its author, whose bright beams, though all partake their shining, yet in those are liveliest, which resemble him the most. These tokens of preeminence on man, largely bestowed, if any of them fail, he needs must forfeit his nobility, no longer stainless. Sin alone is that which doth disfranchise him, and make unlike to the chief good, for that its light in him is darkened, and to dignity thus lost is no return, unless, where guilt makes void, he for ill pleasure pay with equal pain. Your nature, which entirely in its seed transgressed, from these distinctions fell, no less than from its state in paradise, nor means found of recovery. Search all methods out, as strictly as thou may, save one of these. The only fords were left through which to wade, either that God had of his courtesy released him merely, or else man himself, for his own folly by himself atoned. Fix now thine eye, intently as thou canst, on everlasting counsel, and explore, instructed by my words, the dread abyss. Man in himself had ever lacked the means of satisfaction, for he could not stoop, obeying, in humility so low, as high he, disobeying, thought to soar, and for this reason he had vainly tried, out of his own sufficiency to pay the rigid satisfaction. Then behoved that God should by his own ways lead him back unto the life from whence he fell, rested by both his ways, I mean, or one alone. But since the deed is ever pre-eyed, the more the door's good intent appears, goodness celestial, whose broad signature is on the universe of all its ways. To raise ye up was fain to leave out none, nor aught so vast or so magnificent, either for him who gave or who received. Between the last night and the primal day was or can be, for God more bounty showed, giving himself to make man capable of his return to life, than had the terms been mere and unconditional release. And for his justice, every method else were all too scant, had not the Son of God humbled himself to put on mortal flesh. Now, to fulfill each wish of thine, remains I somewhat further to thy view unfold, that thou mayst see as clearly as myself. I see, thou say'st, the air, the fire I see, the earth and water, and all things of them, compounded, to corruption turn, and soon dissolve. Yet these were also things create, because, if what were told me had been true, they from corruption had been therefore free. The angels, O my brother, and this clime, wherein thou art, impassible and pure, I call created, as indeed they are, in their whole being. But the elements, which thou hast named, and what of them is made, are by created virtue informed, create their substance, and create the informing virtue. In these bright stars, that round them circling move, the soul of every brute and of each plant, the ray and motion of the sacred lights, with complex potency attract and turn. But this our life the eternal good inspires, immediate, and enamors of itself, so that our wishes rest forever here, and hence thou mayst by inference conclude our resurrection certain, if thy mind consider how the human flesh was framed, when both our parents at the first were made. Canto 8. The world was in its day of peril dark, wont to believe the dotage of fond love, from the fair Cyprian deity, who rolls in her third epicycle, shed on men by stream of potent radiance. Therefore they of elder time, in their old error blind, not her alone with sacrifice aided, an invocation, but like honours paid to Cupid and Dion, deemed of them her mother, and her son, him whom they feigned to sit in Dido's bosom, and from her, whom I have sung preluding, borrowed they the appellation of that star, which views, now obvious and now averse, the sun. I was not where that I was wafted up into its orb, but the new loveliness that gracked my lady gave me ample proof that we had entered there. And as in flame, a sparkle is distinct, or voice in voice, discerned when one its even 10 hour keeps, the other comes and goes, so in that light I other luminaries saw, that cowsed, in circling motion rapid more or less, as their eternal phases each impels. Never was blast from vapor charged with cold, whether invisible to eye or no, descended with such speed, it had not seemed to linger in dull tardiness, compared to those celestial lights that towards came, leaving the circuit of their joyous ring, conducted by the lofty seraphim, and after them, who in the van appeared, such an hosanna sounded, as hath left desire, ne'er since extinct in me, to hear, renewed the strain, then parting from the rest, one near us drew, and soul began, we all are ready at thy pleasure, well disposed to do thee gentle service. We are they to whom thou in the world erewhile didst sing. O ye, whose intellectual ministry moves the third heaven, and in one orb we roll, one motion, one impulse, with those who rule princedoms in heaven, yet are of love so full, that to please thee will be as sweet to rest. After mine eyes had with meek reverence sought the celestial guide, and were by her assured, they turned again unto the light, who had so largely promised, and with voice that bare the lively pressure of my zeal, tell who ye are, I cried, forthwith it grew, in size and splendor, through augmented joy, and thus it answered, a short date below, the world possessed me, had the time been more, much evil, that will come, had never chunked. My gladness hides thee from me, which doth shine around, and shroud me, as an animal, in its own silk unswaft. Thou lovedst me well, and hadst good cause, for had my sojourning been longer on the earth, the love I bear thee had put forth more than blossoms. The left bank, that Rhone, when he hath mixed with Sorga, laves in me its lord expected, and that horn of fair Ausonia, with its boroughs old, Barry, and Croton, and Gaeta pilled, from where the Trento disembogues his waves, with Verde mingled, to the salt sea flood. Already on my temples been the crown, which gave me sovereignty over the land, by Danube washed, when as he strays beyond the limits of his German shores, the realm where, on the gulf by stormy Eurus lashed, betwixt Pelorus and Pacinian heights, the beautiful Trinacria lies in gloom, not through Typhoeus, but the vapor cloud, bituminous upsteamed, that too did look to have its scepter wielded by a race of monarchs, sprung through me from Charles and Rodolph, had not ill lording which doth spirit up the people ever, in Palermo raid. The shout of death, re-echoed loud and long, had but my brother's foresight kenned as much. He had been warier that the greedy want of Catalonia might not work his bale, and truly need there is, that he forecast, or other for him, less more freight be laid, on his already overladen bark. Nature in him, from bountiful end to thrift, would ask the guard of braver arms than such, as only care to have their coffers filled. My liege, it doth enhance the joy thy words infuse into me, mighty as it is, to think my gladness manifest to thee, as to myself, who own it, when thou look'st into the source and limit of all good. There, where thou markest that which thou dost speak, thence preised of me the more. Glad thou hast made me. Now make intelligent, clearing the doubt. Thy speech hath raised in me, for much I muse. How bitter can spring up, when sweet is sown? I thus inquiring, he forthwith replied, if I have power to show one truth, soon that shall face thee, which thy questioning declares. Behind thee now concealed, the good that guides, and blessed makes this realm, which thou dost mount, ordains its providence to be the virtue. In these great bodies, nor all perfect mind, upholds their nature merely, but in them, their energy to save, for naught, that lies within the range of that unerring bow, but is as level with the destined aim, as ever marked to arrow's point opposed. Were it not thus, these heavens, thou dost visit, would their effect so work, it would not be art, but destruction, and this may not chance. If the intellectual powers, that move these stars, fail not, or who, first faulty made them fail, wilt thou this truth more clearly evident? To whom I thus, it is enough, no fear. I see, lest nature in her part should tire. He straight rejoined, say, were it worse for man, if he lived not in fellowship on earth? Yea, answered I, nor here a reason needs. And may that be, if different estates grow not of different duties in your life? Consult your teacher, and he tells you ye know to dot. Thus did he come, deducing to this point, and then concluded, for this cause behoves. The roots, from whence your operations come, must differ. Therefore one is Solon born, another, Xerxes and Melchizedek, a third, and he a fourth, whose airy voyage cost him his son. In her circuitous course, nature, that is the seal to mortal wax, doth well her art, but no distinctions owns twixt one or other household. Hence befalls that Esau is so wide of Jacob, hence Quirinus of so base a father springs. He dates from Mars his lineage, were it not that Providence celestial overruled nature, in generation, must the path tracked by the generator still pursue. Unswervingly, thus place I in thy sight that which was late behind thee, but, in sign of more affection for thee, is my will. Thou wear this corollary. Nature ever, finding discordant fortune, like all seed, out of its proper climate, thrives but ill, and with a world below content to mark, and work on the foundation nature lays, it would not lack supply of excellence. But ye perversely to religion strain him, who was born to gird on him the sword, and of the fluent phrasemen make your king. Therefore your steps have wandered from the paths. Canto 9. After solution of my doubt, thy Charles, O fair Clemenza, of the treachery spake, that must befall his seed, but tell it not, said he, and let the destined years come round. Nor may I tell thee more, save that the meed of sorrow well deserved shall quit your wrongs. And now the visage of that saintly light was to the sun that fills it turned again, as to the good, whose plenitude of bliss sufficeth all. O ye misguided souls, infatuate, who from such a good estrange your hearts, and bend your gaze on vanity. Alas for you, and lo! Toward me, next, another of those splendent forms approached, that, by its outward brightening, testified the will it had to pleasure me. The eyes of Beatrice, resting, as before, firmly upon me, manifested forth approval of my wish. And oh, I cried, blessed Spirit, quickly be my will performed, and prove thou to me that my inmost thoughts I can reflect on thee. Thereat the light, that yet was new to me from the recess, where it before was singing, thus began, as one who joys in kindness in that part of the depraved Italian land which lies between Rialto and the fountain springs of Brenta and of Piave there doth rise, but to no lofty eminence, a hill, from whence erewhile a firebrand did descend, that sorely sheet the region from one root, and it sprang my name on earth Cunizza, and here I glitter, for that by its light this star o'ercame me. Yet I naught repine, nor grudge myself the cause of this my lot, which haply vulgar hearts can scarce conceive. This jewel, that is next me in our heaven, lustrous and costly, great renown hath left, and not to perish ere these 100 years 5 times absolve their round. Consider thou, if to excel be worthy man's endeavour, when such life may attend the first. Yet they care not for this, the crowd that now are girt by Addis and Taglamento, still impenitent, though to scourged. The hour is near, when for their stubbornness at Padua's marsh, the water shall be charmed that laves Vicina, and where Cagnano meets with Sile, one lords it, and bears his head aloft, for whom the web is now a-warping. Feltro too shall sorrow for its godless shepherd's fault, of so deep stain, that never, for the like, was Malta's bar unclosed. Too large should be the skillet that would hold Ferrara's blood, and wearied he who ounce by ounce would weight it, the which this priest, in show of partizeal, courteous will give, nor will the gift ill suit the country's custom. We descry above mirrors, ye call them thrones, from which to us reflected shine the judgments of our God. Whence these our sayings we avouch for good. She ended, and appeared on other thoughts, intent, re-entering on the wheel she late had left. That other joyance meanwhile waxed a thing to marvel at, in splendor glowing, like choicest ruby stricken by the sun. For, in that upper clime, effulgence comes of gladness, as here laughter, and below, as the mind saddens, murkier grows the shade. God seeth all, and in him is thy sight. Said I, blessed Spirit, therefore will of his cannot to thee be dark. Why then delays thy voice to satisfy my wish untold? That voice which joins the inexpressive song, pastime of heaven, the which those ardors sing, that cowl them with 6 shadowing wings outspread? I would not wait thy asking, would thou known to me, as thoroughly I to thee am known. He forthwith ans during, thus his words began. The valley of waters, widest next to that which doth the earth engarland, shapes its course between discordant shores, against the sun, inward so far, it makes meridian there, where was before th horizon. Of that vale dwelt I upon the shore, twixt Ebro's stream and Macra's, that divides with passage brief Genoan bounds from Tuscan, east and west. I nearly won to beggar and my land, whose haven erst was with its own blood warm. Who knew my name were wont to call me Folco, and I did bear impression of this heaven, that now bears mine, for not with fiercer flame glowed Belus' daughter, injuring alike Sichaeus and Cruiser, than did I long as it suited the unripened down, that fledged my cheek, nor she of Rodop, that was beguiled of Demophoon, nor Jove's son, when the charms of Iole were shrinned within his heart. And yet there hides no sorrowful repentance here, but mirth, not for the fault that doth not come to mind, but for the virtue whose o'erruling sway and providence have wrought thus quaintly. Here the skill is looked into, that fashioneth with such effectual working, and the good discerned accruing to this upper world from that below, but fully to content thy wishes, all that in this sphere have birth, demands my further parle. Inquire thou wouldst, who of this light is denizen, that here beside me sparkles as the sunbeam doth on the clear wave. Know then, the soul of Rariab is in that gladsome harbour, to our tribe united, and the foremost rank assigned, he to that even at which the shadow ends of your sublunar world was taken up, first in Christ's triumph of all souls redeemed, for well behooved that, in some part of heaven, she should remain a trophy to declare the mighty contest won with either palm, for that she favoured first the high exploit of Joshua on the holy land, whereof the Pope recks little now. Thy city, plant of him that on his Maker turned the back, and of whose envying so much woe hath sprung, engenders and expands the cursed flower, that hath made wander both the sheep and lambs, turning the shepherd to a wolf. For this, the gospel and great teachers laid aside, the decretals, as their stuffed margins show, are the sole study. Pope and cardinals, intent on these, ne'er journey but in thought to Nazareth, where Gabriel opt his wings. Yet it may chance, ere long, the Vatican, and other most selected parts of Rome, that were the grave of Peter's soldiery, shall be delivered from the adult rouse bond. Canto X. Looking into his firstborn with the love, which breathes from both eternal, the first might, ineffable, whence I all mind, can Rome hath in such order all disposed, as none may see and fail to enjoy. Raise, then, O reader, to the lofty wheels, with me, thy ken directed to the point, whereat one motion strikes on th l'other. There begin thy wonder of the mighty architect, who loves his work so inwardly, his eye doth ever watch it. See, how thence oblique brancheth the circle, where the planets roll, to pour their wished influence on the world, whose path not bending thus, in heaven above, much virtue would be lost, and here on earth, all power well nigh extinct, or, from direct, were its departure distant more or less, i.e. universal order, great defect, must, both in heaven and here beneath, ensue. Now rest thee, reader, on thy bench, and muse, anticipative of the feast to come, so shall delight make thee not feel thy toil. Lo, I have set before thee, for thyself, feed now, the matter I indite, henceforth, demands entire my thought, joined with the part, which late we told of, the great minister of nature, that upon the world imprints the virtue of the heaven, and doles out time for us with his beam, went circling on along the spires, where each hour sooner comes, and I was with him, weetless of ascent, as one who till arrived weets not his coming. For Beatrice, she who passeth on so suddenly from good to better, time counts not the act. Oh, then how great must needs have been her brightness, what she was ith sun, where I had entered, not through change of hue, but light transparent, did I summon up. Genius, art, practice, I might not so speak. It should be ere imagined, yet believed. It may be, and the sight be justly crabbed. And if our fantasy fail of such height, what marvel, since no eye above the sun hath ever travelled? Such are they dwell here, fourth family of the omnipotent Sire, who of his spirit and of his offspring shows, and holds them still enraptured with the view. And thus to me, Beatrice, thank, oh thank, the Son of Angels, him, who by his grace to this perceptible hath lifted thee. Never was heart in such devotion bound, and with complacency so absolute, disposed to render up itself to God, as mine was at those words, and so entire. The love for him that held me, it eclipsed Beatrice in oblivion. Naught displeased was she, but smiled thereat so joyously, that of her laughing eyes the radiance brake, and scattered my collected mind abroad. Then saw I a bright band, in liveliness, surpassing who themselves did make the crown, and as their centre, yet more sweet in voice, than in their visage beaming, cinctured thus. Sometime Latona's daughter we behold, when the impregnate air retains the thread that weaves her zone, in the celestial court, whence I return, are many jewels found, so dear and beautiful, they cannot brook transporting from that realm, and of these lights. Such was the song. Who doth not prune his wing to soar up thither, let him look from thence for tidings from the dumb, when, singing thus, those burning suns that circled round us thrice, as nearest stars around the fixed pole, then seemed they like to ladies from the dance, not ceasing, but suspense, in silent pause, listening till they have caught the strain anew. Suspended so they stood, and, from within, thus heard I one, who spake, since with its beam, the grace, whence true love lighteth first his flame, that after doth increase by loving, shines. So multiplied in thee, it leads thee up, along this ladder, down whose hallowed steps none e'er descend, and mount them not again. Who from his phial should refuse thee wine, to slake thy thirst, no less constrained were, than water flowing not unto the sea. Thou fain wouldst hear, what plants are these, that bloom, in the bright garland, which, admiring, girds this fair dame round, who strengthens thee for heaven. I then was of the lambs, that Dominic leads for his saintly flock along the way, where well they thrive, not sworn with vanity. He, nearest on my right hand, brother was, and master to me, Albert of Cologne, is this, and of Aquinum, Thomas the First. If thou of all the rest wouldst be assured, let thine eye, waiting on the words I speak, in circuit journey round the blessed wreath, that next resplendence issues from the smile of Gratian, who to either forum lent such help as favour wins in paradise. The other, nearest, who adorns our choir, was Peter, he that with the widow gave to Holy Church his treasure. The fifth light, goodliest of all, is by such love inspired, that all your world craves tidings of its doom. Within, there is the lofty light, endowed with sapience so profound, if truth be truth, that with a ken of such wide amplitude, no second hath arisen. Next behold, that taper's radiance, to whose view was shown clearliest the nature and the ministry, angelical, while yet in flesh it dwelt. In the other little light serenely smiles, that pleader for the Christian temples, he, who did provide Augustine of his law. Now, if thy mind's eye pass from light to light, upon my praises following, of the eighth, thy thirst is next. The saintly soul, that shows the world's deceitfulness to all who hear him, is, with the sight of all the good, that is, blessed there. The limbs, whence it was driven, lie down in sealed oro, and from martyrdom, an exile came it here, Lo, further on, where flames the arduous spirit of Isidore, of Bede and Richard, more than man erewhile, in deep discernment. Lastly this, from whom thy look on me reveteth, was the beam of one whose spirit, on high musings bent, rebucked the lingering tardiness of death. It is the eternal light of Sigebert, who scapt not envy when of truth he argued, reading in the straw-littered street, forthwith, as clock that calleth up the spouse of God, to win her bridegroom's love at matins hour. Each part of other fitly drawn and urged, sent out a tinkling sound of notes so sweet, affection springs in well-disposed breast. Thus saw I move the glorious wheel, thus heard voice ans stirring voice, so musical and soft, it can be known but where day endless shines. Canto 11. O fond anxiety of mortal men, how vain and inconclusive arguments are those which make thee beat thy wings below, for statues one, and one for aphorisms. Was hunting this the priesthood followed, that, by force or sophistry aspurred to rule, to rob another, and another sought, by civil business wealth, one moiling lay, tangled in net of sensual delight, and one to witless indolence resigned. What time from all these empty things escaped? With Beatrice, I thus gloriously was rayed aloft, and made the guest of heaven. They of the circle to that point, each one, where erst it was, had turned, and steady glowed, as candle in his socket. Then within, the lustre, that erewhile bespake me, smiling, with mere gladness, heard I thus begin, e'en as his beam illumes me, so I look into the eternal light, and clearly mark thy thoughts, from whence they rise. Thou art in doubt, and wouldst that I should bolt my words afresh, in such plain open phrase, as may be smooth to thy perception, where I told thee late, that well they thrive, and that no second such ith risen, which no small distinction needs. The providence that governeth the world, in depth of counsel by created ken, unfathomable, to the end that she, who with loud cries was spoused in precious blood, might keep her footing towards her well-beloved, safe in herself and constant unto him, hath two ordained, who should on either hand, in chief escort her, one seraphic all, in fervency, for wisdom upon earth, the other splendor of cherubic light. I but of one will tell, he tells of both, who one commendeth which of them soe'er be taken, for their deeds were to one end. Between Tupino and the wave that falls from blessed Ubaldo's chosen hill, there hangs rich slope of mountain high, whence heat and cold are wafted through Perugia's eastern gate, and Norsera with Gualdo in its rear mourn for their heavy yoke. Upon that side, where it doth break its steepness most, arose a sun upon the world, as duly this from Ganges doth. Therefore let none who speak of that place say Assisi, for its name were lamely so delivered, but the east, to call things rightly, be it henceforth styled. He was not yet much distant from his rising, when his good influence gan to bless the earth, a dame to whom none openeth pleasure's gate, more than to death was, 'gainst his father's will, his stripling choice, and he did make her his, before the spiritual court, by nuptial bonds, and in his father's sight, from day to day, then loved her more devoutly. She, bereaved of her first husband, slighted and obscure, 1,100 years and more, remained without a single suitor, till he came, nor aught availed, that, with Amiclas, she was found unmoved at rumour of his voice, who shook the world, nor aught her constant boldness, whereby with Christ she mounted on the cross, when Mary stayed beneath, but not to deal thus closely with thee longer, take at large the rovers' titles, Poverty and Francis, their concord and glad looks, wonder and love, and sweet regard gave birth to holy thoughts, so much that venerable Bernard first did bear his feet, and, in pursuit of peace, so heavenly ran, yet deemed his footing slow. O hidden riches! O prolific good! Egidius bears him next, and next Sylvester, and follow both the bridegroom, so the bride can please them. Thenceforth goes he on his way, the father and the master with his spouse, and with that family, whom now the cord girt humbly, nor did abjectness of heart weigh down his eyelids, for that he was son of Pietro Bernard one, and by men in wondrow sought despist, but royally his hard intention he to innocent set forth, and from him first received the seal on his religion. Then, when numerous flocked, the tribe of lowly ones that tracked his steps, whose marvelous life deservedly were sung in heights empyreal, through Honorius' hand, a second crown to deck their guardians' virtues was by the eternal Spirit enreft, and when he had, through thirst of martyrdom, stood up in the proud Soldan's presence, and there preached Christ and his followers, but found the race unripened for conversion, back once more he haste not to intermit his toil, and reaped Orsonian lands. On the hard rock, twixt Arno and the Tiber, he from Christ took the last signet, which his limbs 2 years did carry. Then the season come, that he, who to such good had destined him, was pleased to advance him to the meed which he had earned by his self-humbling to his brotherhood. As their just heritage, he gave in charge his dearest lady, and enjoined their love and faith to her, and from her bosom willed his goodly spirit should move forth, returning to its appointed kingdom, nor would have his body laid upon another bier. Think now of one who were a fit colleague to keep the bark of Peter in deep sea, helm to right point, and such our patriarch was. Therefore who follow him, as he enjoins, thou mayst be certain, take good lading in. But hunger of new viands tempts his flock, so that they needs into strange pastures wide must spread them, and the more remote from him the stragglers wander, so much mole they come home to the sheepfold, destitute of milk. There are of them, in truth, who fear their harm, and to the shepherd cleave, but these so few, a little stuff may furnish out their cloaks. Now, if my words be clear, if thou have ta'en, good heed, if that, which I have told, recall to mind, thy wish may be in part fulfilled. For thou wilt see the point from whence they split, nor miss of the reproof, which that implies, that well they thrive not sworn with vanity. Canto 12. Soon as its final word the blessed flame had rayed for utterance, straight the holy mill began to wheel, nor yet had once revolved, or ere another, circling, compassed it, motion to motion, song to song, conjoining, song, that as much our muses doth excel, our sirens with their tuneful pipes, as ray of primal splendor doth its faint reflex, as when, if Juno bid her handmaid forth, 2 arches parallel, and tricked alike, span the thin cloud, the outer taking birth from that within, in manner of that voice, whom love did melt away, as sun the mist, and they who gaze, presageful call to mind, the compact, made with Noah, of the world, no more to be o'erflowed, about us thus, of sempiternal roses, bending, wreathed, those garlands twain, and to the innermost. E'en thus th external answered, when the footing, and other great festivity, of song, and radiance, light with light accordant, each, jocund and blithe, had at their pleasure stilled. E'en as the eyes by quick volition moved, are shut and rayed together from the heart of one amongst the new lights moved a voice, that made me seem like needle to the star, in turning to its whereabout, and thus began the love that makes me beautiful, prompts me to tell of another guide, for whom such good of mine is spoken. Where one is, the other worthily should also be, that as their warfare was alike should be their glory, slow and full of doubt, and with thin ranks after its banner moved, the army of Christ, which it so clearly cost to reappoint when its imperial head, who reigneth ever for the drooping host, did make provision thorough grace alone, and not through its deserving, as thou heardest, two champions to the succor of his spouse he sent, who by their deeds and words might join again his scattered people, in that clime, where springs the pleasant west wind to unfold the fresh leaves with which Europe sees herself, new garmented, nor from those billows far, beyond whose chiding, after weary course, the sun doth sometimes hide him, safe abides the happy Calaroga, under guard of the great shield wherein the lion lies, subjected and supreme. And there was born the loving million of the Christian faith, the hollowed wrestler, gentle to his own, and to his enemies terrible, so replete his soul with lively virtue, that when first created, even in the mother's womb, it prophesied, when, at the sacred font, the spousals were complete twixt faith and him, where pledge of mutual safety was exchanged, the dame, who was his shorty, in her sleep, beheld the wondrous fruit that was from him, and from his heirs to issue, and that such he might be construed, as indeed he was. She was inspurred to name him of his owner, whose he was wholly, and so called him Dominic. And I speak of him as the labourer, whom Christ in his own garden chose to be his helpmate. Messenger he seemed, and friend, fast knit to Christ, and the first love he showed was after the first counsel that Christ gave. Many a time his nurse, at entering found that he had arisen in silence, and was prostrate, as who should say, my errand was for this. O happy father, Felix rightly named, O favoured mother, rightly named Joanna, if that do mean, as men interpret it, not for the world's sake, for which now they pour upon Ostiance and Tadeo's page, but for the real manner. Soon he grew mighty in learning, and did set himself to go about the vineyard that soon turns to wan, and withered, if not tended well, and from the sea, whose bounty to the just and needy is gone by, not through its fault, but his who fills it basely, he besought no dispensation for commuted wrong, nor the first vacant fortune, nor the 10th, that to God's paupers rightly appertain, but, 'gainst an erring and degenerate world, licensed to fight in favour of that seed, from which the twice 12 scions gird thee round. Then, with sage doctrine and goodwill to help, forth on his great apostleship he fared, like torrent bursting from a lofty vein, and, dashing against the stocks of heresy, smote fiercest where resistance was most stout. Thence many rivulets have since been turned over the garden Catholic to lead their living waters, and have fed its plants. If such one wheel of that two-yoked car, wherein the Holy Church defended her, and rode triumphant through the civil broil, thou canst not doubt its fellow's excellence, which Thomas, ere my coming, hath declared so courteously unto thee. But the track, which its smooth fellies made, is now deserted. That mouldy mother is where late were Lee's, his family, that wont to trace his path, turn backward, and invert their steps, ere long, to rue the gathering in of their ill crop, when the rejected tares in vain shall ask admittance to the barn. I question not, but he, who searched our volume, leaf by leaf, might still find page with this inscription on tea, I am as I was wont. Yet such were not, from Aquasparta nor Casole, whence, of those, who come to meddle with the text, one stretches and another cramps its rule. Bonaventura's life in me behold, from Bagnera Regio, one, who in discharge of my great offices still laid aside all sinister aim. Illuminato here, and Agostino join me, two they were, among the first of those barefooted meek ones, who sought God's friendship in the cord with them. Hugues of St. Victor, Pietro Mangiador, and he of Spain in his 12 volumes shining, Nathan the Prophet, Metropolitan, Chrysostom, and Anselmo, and who deigned to put his hand to the first art, Donatus. Raban is here, and at my side there shines Calabria's abbot, Joachim, endowed with soul prophetic, the bright courtesy of Friar Thomas, and his goodly law, have moved me to the blazon of a peer, so worthy, and with me have moved this throng. Canto 13. Let him, who would conceive what now I saw, imagine, and retain the image firm, as mountain rock, the whilst he hears me speak, of stars 15, from midst the ethereal host, selected, that, with lively ray serene, o'ercome the massiest air thereto imagine, the wane, that, in the bosom of our sky, spins ever on its axle night and day, with the bright summit of that horn which swells, due from the pole, round which the first wheel rolls. We have ranged themselves in fashion of two signs, in heaven, such as Ariadne made, when death's chill seized her, and that one of them did compass in the other's beam, and both in such sort whirl around, that each should tend with opposite motion, and conceiving thus of that true constellation, and the dance twofold that circled me, he shall attain, as it were the shadow, for things there as much surpass our usage, as the swiftest heaven is swifter than the Caiana. There was sung no Bacchus, and no Iopean, but three persons in the Godhead, and in one substance that nature and the human joined. The song fulfilled its measure unto us, those saintly lights attended, happier made, at each new ministering. Then silence brake amid and accordant sons of deity, that luminary in which the wondrous life of the meek man of God was told to me. And thus it spake, one ear harvest threshed, and its grain safely stored, sweet charity invites me with the other to like toil. Thou knowest that in the bosom, whence the rib was ta'en to fashion that fair cheek, whose taste all the world pays for, and in that which picked by the keen lance, both after and before, such satisfaction offered as outweighs each evil in the scale. Whate'er of light to human nature is allowed, must all have by his virtue been infused, who formed both one and other, and thou thence admirest. In that I told thee of beatitudes, a second there is none to his enclosed. In the fifth radiance, open now thine eyes to what I answer thee, and thou shalt see thy deeming and my saying meet in truth, as center in the round. That which dies not, and that which can die, are but each the beam of that idea which our sovereign sire engendereth, loving for that lively light, which passeth from his brightness, not disjoined from him, nor from his love triune with them, doth, through his bounty, congregate itself mirrored, as T were in new existences, itself unalterable and ever one, descending hence unto the lowest powers. Its energy so sinks, at last it makes but brief contingencies, for so I name things generated, which the heaven ly orbs, moving, with seed or without seed, produce their wax, and that which moulds it, differ much, and thence with lustre, more or less, it shows. Th ideal stamp impress, so that one tree, according to his kind, hath better fruit, and worse, and, at your birth, ye, mortal men, are in your talents various, were the wax, mould with nice exactness, and the heaven, in its disposing influence supreme. The lustre of the seal should be complete, but nature renders it imperfect ever, resembling thus the artist in her work, whose faltering hand is faithless to his skill. However, if love itself dispose, and mark the primal virtue, kindling with bright view, there all perfection is vouchsafed, and such the clay was made, accomplished with each gift, that life can teem with, such the burden filled the Virgin's bosom, so that I commend thy judgment, that the human nature ne'er was or can be, such as in them it was. Did I advance no further than this point, how then had he no peer, thou mightest reply. But that what now appears not, may appear. Right plainly, ponder who he was, and what, when he was bidden ask, the motive swayed to his requesting. I have spoken thus, that thou mayst see, he was a king, who asked for wisdom, to the end he might be king. Sufficient, not the number to search out, of the celestial movers, or to know, if necessary with contingent air, have made necessity, or whether that be granted, that first motion is, or if, of the mid-circle can, by art, be made, triangle with each corner, blunt or sharp, whence, noting that, which I have said, and this, thou kingly prudence and that ken mayst learn, at which the dart of my intention aims, and, marking clearly, that I told thee, risen, thou shalt discern it only with respect to kings, of whom are many, and the good are rare. With this distinction take my words, and they may well consist with that which thou of the first human father dost believe, and of our well-beloved, and let this henceforth be led unto thy feet, to make thee slow in motion, as a weary man, both to the yea and to the nay thou sayest not. For he among the fools is down full low, whose affirmation or denial is without distinction in each case alike, since it befalls that in most instances current opinion leads to false, and then affection bends the judgment to her ply. Much more than vainly doth he loose from shore, since he returns not such as he set forth, who fishes for the truth and wanteth skill. And open proofs of this unto the world have been afforded in Parmenides, Melissus, Brisso, and the crowd beside, who journeyed on, and knew not whither, so did Sibelius, Arius, and the other fools, who, like to scimitars, reflected back the scripture image, by distortion marred. Let not the people be too swift to judge, as one who reckons on the blades in field, or ere the crop be ripe. For I have seen the thorn frown rudely all the winter long, and after bear the rose upon its top, and bark, that all the way across the sea ran straight and speedy, perish at the last. E'en in the haven's mouth seeing one steal another brine, he's offering to the priest. Let not Dame Boutard and Sir Martin thence into heaven's councils deem that they can pry, for one of these may rise, the other fall. Canto 14. From center to the circle, and so back. From circle to the center, water moves. in the round chalice, even as the blow impels it inwardly or from without. Such was the image glanked into my mind, as the great spirit of Aquinum sayest, and Beatrice after him her words. Reasoned alternate, need there is, though yet he tells it to you not in words, nor e'en in thought, that he should fathom to its depth another mystery. Tell him, if the light wherewith your substance blooms shall stay with you eternally, as now, and, if it doth, how, when ye shall regain your visible forms, the sight may without harm endure the change. That also tell, as those, who in a ring tread the light measure, in their fitful mirth, raise loud the voice, and spring with gladder bound. Thus, at the hearing of that pious suit, the saintly circles in their tourneying, and wondrouse know to tested new delight. Whoso laments that we must doff this garb of frail mortality, thenceforth to live immortally above, he hath not seen the sweet refreshing of that heavenly shower. Him, who lives ever, and forever reigns, in mystic union of the three in one, unbounded, bounding all, each spirit thrice, sang, with such melody, as but to hear, for highest merit were an ample meed, and from the lesser orb the goodliest light, with gentle voice and mild, such as perhaps the angels once to Mary, thus replied, long as the joy of paradise shall last, our love shall shine around that raiment, bright, as fervent as in vision blessed, and that as far in blessedness exceeding, as it hath grave beyond its virtue great. Our shape, regarmented with glorious weeds of saintly flesh, must, being thus entire, show yet more gracious, therefore shall increase what air of light, gratuitous, imparts the supreme good light, ministering aid, the better disclose his glory, whence the vision needs increasing, much increase, the fervor which it kindles, and that too, the ray that comes from it. But as the greed, which gives out flame, yet at its whiteness shines, more lively than that, and so preserves its proper semblance, thus this circling sphere of splendor shall to view less radiant seem, than shall our fleshly robe, which yonder earth now covers, nor will such excess of light o'erpower us, in corporeal organs made firm and susceptible of all delight, so ready and so cordial an amen followed from either choir, as plainly spoke desire of their dead bodies, yet perchance not for themselves, but for their kindred dear, mothers and sires, and those whom best they loved, ere they were made imperishable flame. And lo, forthwith there rose up round about a lustre over that already there, of equal clearness, like the brightening up of the horizon, as at an evening hour of twilight, new appearances through heaven peer with faint glimmer, doubtfully descried, so their new substances, methought, began to rise in view, and round the other twain, in wheeling, sweep their ampler circuit wide. O gentle glitter of eternal beam, with what a such whiteness did it flow, o'erpowering vision in me, but so fair, so passing lovely, Beatrice showed. Mind cannot follow it, nor words express her infinite sweetness. Thence mine eyes regained power to look up, and I beheld myself, soul with my lady, to more lofty bliss, translated, for the star, with warmer smile, empurpled, well denoted our ascent, with all the heart, and with that tongue which speaks the same in all, an holocaust I made to God, befitting the new grace vouchsafed, and from my bosom had not yet upsteamed the fuming of that incense, when I knew the rite accepted, with such mighty sheen, and mantling crimson, in 2 listed rays. The splendors shot before me, that I cried, God of Sabaoth, that does prank them thus, as leads the galaxy from pole to pole, distinguished into greater lights and less, its pathway, which the wisest fail to spell, so thickly studied in the depth of Mars. Those rays describe the venerable sign, that quadrant in the round conjoining frame. Here memory mocks the toil of genius. Christ, beamed on that cross, and pattern fails me now. But whoso takes his cross, and follows Christ, will pardon me for that I leave untold, when in the fleckered dawning he shall spy the glitterance of Christ, from horn to horn, and 'tween the summit and the base did move, lights scintillating, as they met and passed. Thus oft are seen, with ever-changeful glance, straight or athwart, now rapid and now slow, the atomies of bodies, long or short, to move along the sunbeam, whose slant line checkers the shadow, interposed by art, against the noontide heat, and as the chime of minstrel music, dulcimer, and help, with many strings, a pleasant dining makes. To him, who heareth not distinct the note, so from the lights, which there appeared to me, gathered along the cross a melody, that, indistinctly heard, with ravishment, possessed me, yet I marked it was a hymn of lofty praises, for there came to me arise and conquer, as to one who hears and comprehends not, me such ecstasy o'ercame, that never till that hour was thing, that held me in so sweet imprisonment. Perhaps my saying overbold appears, accounting less the pleasure of those eyes, whereon to look fulfilleth all desire. But he, who is aware those living seals of every beauty work with quicker force, the higher they are our eyes en, and that there I had not turned me to them, he may well excuse me that, whereof in my excuse I do accuse me, and may own my truth, that holy pleasure here not yet revealed, which grows in transport as we mount aloof. Canto 15. True love, that ever shows itself as clear in kindness, as loose appetite in wrong, silence that lyre harmonious and stilled, the sacred chords that are by Heaven's right hand, unwound and tightened, flow to righteous prayers. Should they not hearken, who, to give me will, for praying in accordance thus were mute? He hath in sooth good cause for endless grief, who, for the love of thing that lasteth not, despoils himself forever of that love, as oft along the still and pure serene, at nightfall, glides a sudden trail of fire, attracting with involuntary heed the eye to follow it, erewhile at rest, and seems some star that shifted place in heaven, only that, whence it kindles, none is lost, and it is soon extinct, thus from the horn, that on the dexter of the cross extends, down to its foot, one luminary ran, from mid the cluster shone there, yet no gem, dropped from its foil, and through the beamy list, like flame in alabaster, glowed its course, so forward stretched him, if of credence aught our greater muse may claim, the pious ghost of old Anchises in the Elysian bower, when he perceived his son. O thou, my blood, O most exceeding grace divine, to whom, as now to thee, hath twice the heaven ly gate been ere unclosed, so spake the light, whence I turned me toward him, then unto my dame, my sight directed, and on either side amazement waited me, for in her eyes was lighted such a smile, I thought that mine had dived unto the bottom of my grace, and of my bliss in paradise. Forthwith, to hearing and to sight grateful alike, the Spirit to his proem added things I understood not, so profound he spake, yet not of choice but through necessity, mysterious, for his high conception scarred beyond the mark of mortals. when the flight of holy transport had so spent its rage, that nearer to the level of our thought, the speech descended, the first sounds I heard were, "Best he thou, triunal deity, that as such favor in my seed vouchsafed." Then followed, no unpleasant thirst, though long, which took me reading in the sacred book, whose leaves or white or dusky never change. Thou hast allayed, my son, within this light, from whence my voice thou hearest, more thanks to her, who for such lofty mounting has with plumes begirt thee. Thou dost deem thy thoughts to me, from him transmitted, who is first of all, e'en as all numbers ray from unity, and therefore dost not ask me who I am, or why to thee more joyous I appear than any other in this gladsome throng. The truth is as thou deemest, for in this hue, both less and greater in that mirror look, in which thy thoughts, or ere thou thinkest, are shown, but that the love which keeps me wakeful ever, urging with sacred thirst of sweet desire, may be contended fully. Let thy voice, fearless and frank and jocund, utter forth, thy will distinctly, utter forth the wish, whereto my ready answer stands decreed. I turned me to Beatrice, and she heard, ere I had spoken, smiling, an assent, that to my will gave wings, and I began, to each among your tribe, what time ye kenned, the nature in whom naught unequal dwells. Wisdom and love were in one measure dealt, for that they are so equal in the sun, from whence ye drew your radiance and your heat, as makes all likeness scant, but will and means. In mortals, for the cause ye well discern, with unlike wings are fledge. A mortal eye experience inequality like this, and therefore give no thanks, but in the heart, for thy paternal greeting. This hour, I pray thee, living topaz, that in gemst, this precious jewel, let me hear thy name. I am thy root, O leaf, whom to expect. Even, hath pleased me, or thus the prompt reply. Prefacing, next it added, he, of whom thy kindred appellation comes, and who, these 100 years and more, on its first ledge, hath circuited the mountain, was my son, and thy great-grandsire. Well befits, his long endurance should be shortened by thy deeds. Florence, within her ancient limit mark, which calls her still to matin prayers and noon, was chaste and sober, and abode in peace. She had no armlets and no head tires then, no purful dames, no zone, that caught the eye, more than the person did. Time was not yet, when at his daughter's birth the sire grew pale, for fear the age and dowry should exceed, on each side just proportion. House was none, void of its family, nor yet had come Hardanapolis to exhibit feats of chamber prowess. Montemallo yet, or our suburban turret rose, as much to be surpassed in fall as in its rising. I saw Bellincione Bertie walk abroad, in leathern girdle and a clasp of bone, and with no artful colouring on her cheeks. His lady leave the glass. The sons I saw, of Nerli and of Vecchio well content, with unrobbed jerkin, and their good dames handling the spindle and the flax, oh happy they, each sure of burial in her native land, and none left desolate a bed for France. One whacked to tend the cradle, hushing it, with sounds that lulled the parents' infancy. Another, with her maidens, drawing off the tresses from the distaff, lectured them old tales of Troy and Fessal and Rome. A Saltarello and Changhella we had held as strange a marvel as ye would a Cincinnatus or Cornelia now, in such composed and seemly fellowship, such faithful and such fair equality, in so sweet household. Mary at my birth bestowed me, called on with loud cries, and there In your old baptistry, I was made Christian at once and Caxia Gaida, as were my brethren, Eliseo and Morontu. From Valdepardo came to me my spouse, and hence thy surname grew. I followed then the Emperor Conrad, and his knighthood he did gird on me, in such good part he took my valiant service. After him I went to testify against that evil law, whose people, by the shepherd's fault, possess your right, usurping there by that foul crew. Was I released from the deceitful world, whose base affection many a spirit soils, and from the martyrdom came to this peace. Canto 16. O slight respect of man's nobility! I never shall account it marvellous, that our infirm affection here below, thou movest to boasting, when I could not choose, e'en in that region of unwarped desire, in heathen itself, but make my vaunt in thee. Yet cloak thou art soon shortened, for that time, unless thou be eked out from day to day, goes round thee with his shears. Resuming then, with greeting such as Rome was first to bear, but since of disaccustomed I began, and Beatrice, that a little space was severed, smilled reminding me of her, whose cough emboldened, as the story holds, to first offence the doubting Ginevra. You are my sire, said I, you give me heart, freely to speak my thought above myself. You raise me through so many streams with joy. My soul is filled, that gladness wells from it, so that it bears the mighty tide, and bursts not. Say then, my honoured stem, what ancestors, where those you sprang from, and what years were marked? In your first childhood, tell me of the fold, that of St. John for guardian, what was then its state, and who in it were highest seated? As embers, at the breathing of the wind, their flame enliven, so that light I saw shine at my blandishments, and, as it grew more fair to look on, so with voice more sweet, yet not in this our modern phrase, forthwith it answered, from the day when it was said, Hail Virgin, to the throes by which my mother, who now is sainted, lightened her of me, whom she was heavy with, this fire had come 550 times and thrice its beams, to re-illumine underneath the foot of its own lion, they of whom I sprang, and I had there our birthplace, where the last partition of our city first is reached, by him that runs her annual game. Thus much suffice of my forefathers, who they were, and whence they hither came, more honourable. It is to pass in silence than to tell, all those who in that time were there from Mars, until the Baptist, fit to carry arms, were but the fifth of them this day alive. But then the citizens' blood, that now is mixed, from Campi and Citaldo and Figheim, ran purely through the last mechanic's veins. Oh, how much better were it, that these people were neighbours to you, and that at Galuzzo, and at Trace Piano, ye should have your bound RY, than to have them within, and bear the stench of a Guglione's hind, and senior's him, that of his I already keen for bartering, had not the people, which of all the world, degenerates most, been stepdame unto Caesar, but, as a mother, gracious to her son, such one as hath become a Florentine, and trades and traffics had been turned adrift to Simifont, where his grandsire plied the beggar's craft. The Conti were possessed of Montemerlo still, the Cerci still were in Acone's parish, nor had happily from Valdegrive past the Buondelmont. The city's maladieth ever source in the confusion of its persons, as the bodies in variety of food, and the blind bull falls with a steeper plunge than the blind lamb, and oftentimes one sword doth more and better execution than 5. Mark Looney. Urbisaglia mark, how they are gone, and after them how go. QC and Synigalia, and T will seem no longer new or strange to thee to hear, that families fail when cities have their end. All things that appertain to ye, like yourselves, are mortal, but mortality in some. Ye mark not they endure so long, and you pass by so suddenly, and as the moon doth by the rolling of her heaven ly sphere hide and reveal the strand unceasingly, so fortune deals with Florence. Hence admire not at what of them I tell thee, whose renown time covers the first Florentines. I saw the Ugi, Catalini and Philippi, the Alberici, Greci and Ormani, now in their wane, illustrious citizens, and great as ancient, of Senelahim, with him of Arca saw, and Soldineri, and Ardinghi, and Bostici, at the poop, that now is laden with new felony, so come rouse it may speedily sink the bark. The Ravignani sat, of whom is sprung the County Guido, and whoso hath since his title from the famed Bellincione Tarien, fair governance was yet an art well prized. By him of Pressa, Galligaio showed the gilded hilt and pommel in his house. The column, clothed with very, still was seen. Unshaken, the Sacatiti still were great. Giucci, Sifanti, Golli, and Barucci, with them who blushed to hear the bushel named. Of the Calfucci still the branchy trunk was in its strength, and to the curule chairs Sizii and Aragucci yet were drawn. How mighty them I saw, whom since their pride hath undone, and in all her goodly deeds Florence was by the bullets of bright gold o'erflourished. Such the sires of those who now, as surely as your church is vacant, flock into her consistory, and at leisure there stall them and grow fat. The o'erweening brood, that plays the dragon after him that flees. But unto such as turn and show the tooth, or the purse, is gentle as a lamb, was on its rise, but yet so slight esteemed, that Ubertino of Donati grudged his father-in-law should yoke him to its tribe. Already Caponsacco had descended into the mart from Fessol and Gaida, and Infangato were good citizens. A thing incredible I tell, though true, the gateway, named from those of Pera, led into the narrow circuit of your walls. Each one who bears the sightly quarterings of the great Baron, he whose name and worth the festival of Thomas still revives, his knighthood and his privilege retained, albeit one who borders them with gold, this day is mingled with the common herd. In Borgo yet the Gualterotti dwelt, and import uni, well for its repose, had it still lacked of newer neighborhood, the house from whence your tears have had their spring, through the just anger that hath murdered ye, and put a period to your gladsome days, was honored, it, and those consorted with it. O Buondelmont, what ill counselling prevailed on thee to break the plighted bond? Many, who now are weeping, would rejoice, had God to him are given thee the first time, thou near our city Camst, but so was doomed, on that main stone set up to guard the bridge. At thy last peace, the victim, Florence, fell. With these and others like to them, I saw Florence in such assured tranquillity, she had no cause at which to grieve. With these, saw her so glorious and so just, that ne'er the lily from the lance had hung reverse, or through division been with vermeil dyed. Canto 17. Such as the youth who came to Clymene, to certify himself of that reproach which had been fastened on him, he whose end still makes the fathers chary to their sons. E'en such was I, nor unobserved was such of Beatrice, and that saintly lamp, who had erewhile for me his station moved. When thus by, Lady, give thy wish free vent, that it may issue, bearing true report of the mind's impress, not that aught thy words may to our knowledge add, but to the end that thou mayst use thyself to own thy thirst, and men may mingle for thee when they hear. O plant, from whence I spring, revered and loved, who sawest so high a pitch, thou sayest as clear as earthly thought determines too obtuse, in one triangle not contained, so clear dost see contingencies err in themselves, existent, looking at the point whereto all times are present, I, the whilst I scowled with Virgil the soul-purifying mount, and visited the nether world of woe, touching my future destiny have heard words grievous, though I feel me on all sides well scored to fortune's blows. Therefore my will were satisfied to know the lot awaits me. The arrow, seen beforehand, slacks its flight. So said I to the brightness, which erewhile to me had spoken, and my will declared, as Beatrice willed, explicitly, nor with oracular response obscure, such as or ere the Lamb of God was slain, beguiled the credulous nations, but in terms precise and unambiguous law, replied, the spirit of paternal love, enshrined, yet in his smile apparent, and thus spake, contingency, unfolded not to view, upon the tablet of your mortal mould, is all depicted in the eternal sight. But hence deriveth not necessity, more than the tall ship, hurried down the flood, doth from the vision, that reflects the scene. From thence, as to the ear sweet harmony, from organ comes, so comes before mine eye, the time prepared for thee, such as driven out from Athens, by his cruel stepdame's wiles. Hippolytus departed, such must thou depart from Florence. This they wish, and this contrive, and will ere long effectuate, there, where gainful merchandise is made of Christ. Throughout the livelong day, the common cry will, as T is ever wont, affix the blame unto the party injured, but the truth shall, in the vengeance it dispenseth, find a faithful witness. Thou shalt leave each thing beloved most dearly. This is the first shaft, shot from the bow of exile. Thou shalt prove how salt the savour is of others' bread, how hard the passage to descend and climb by others' stairs, but that shall gall thee most will be the worthless and vile company with whom thou must be thrown into these straits. For all ungrateful, impious, all unmad, shall turn against thee, but in a little while theirs and not thine shall be the crimson brow. Their course shall so evince their brutishness. Teague have Taien thy stand apart shall well become thee. First refuge thou must find, first place of rest, in the great Lombard's courtesy, who bears upon the ladder perched the sacred bird. He shall behold thee with such kind regard, that's twixt ye two, the contrary to that which falls twixt other men, the granting shall forerun the asking. With him shalt thou see that mortal who was at his birth impress so strongly from this star, that of his deeds the nation shall take note. His unripe age yet holds him from observance, for these wheels only 9 years have compassed him about. But ere the Gascon practice on great Harry, sparkles of virtue shall shoot forth in him, in equal scorn of labours and of gold. His bounty shall be spread abroad so widely, as not to let the tongues e'en of his foes be idle in its praise. Look thou to him, and his beneficence, for he shall cause reversal of their lot to many people, rich men and beggars interchanging fortunes. And thou shalt bear this written in thy soul of him, but tell it not, and things he told, incredible to those who witness them. Then added, So interpret thou, my son, what hath been told thee. Lo, the ambushment, that a few circling seasons hide for thee. Yet envy not thy neighbours, time extends thy span beyond their treason's chastisement. Soon as the saintly spirit, by his silence, had shown the web which I had streeted for him, upon the warp was woven, I began, as one who in perplexity desires counsel of other, wise, benign, and friendly. My Father, well I mark how time spurs on toward me, ready to inflict the blow, which falls most heavily on him who most abandoned himself. Therefore T is good. I should forecast that driven from the place most dear to me, I may not lose myself, all others by my song, down through the world of infinite morning and along the mount, from whose fair height my lady's eyes did lift me, and after through this heaven from light to light. Have I learnt that, which if I tell again, it may with many woefully disrelish, and if I am a timid friend to truth, I fear my life may perish among those to whom these days shall be of ancient date. The brightness, where enclosed the treasure smilled, which I had found there, first shone glisteningly, like to a golden mirror in the sun. Next answered, conscience, dimmed or by its own, or other's shame, will feel thy saying sharp. Thou, notwithstanding, all deceit removed, see the whole vision be made manifest, and let them wint who have their withers wrung. What though, when tasted first, thy voice shall prove unwelcome, on digestion it will turn to vital nourishment. The cry thou raisest shall, as the wind doth, smite the proudest summits, which is of honour no light argument. For this there only have been shown to thee, throughout these orbs, the mountain, and the deep, spirits, whom fameth note of, for the mind of him who hears is loath to acquiesce, and fix its faith, unless the instance brought be palpable, and proof apparent urge. Canto 18. Now in his word, soul, ruminating, joyed, that blessed spirit, and I fed on mine, tempting the sweet with bitter, she meanwhile, who led me unto God, admonished, muse on other thoughts, bethink thee, that near him I dwell, who recompenseth every wrong. At the sweet sounds of comfort straight I turned, and, in the saintly eyes what love was seen, I leave in silence here, nor through distrust of my words only, but that to such bliss the mind remounts not without aid. Thus much, yet may I speak, that, as I gazed on her, affection found no room for other wish, while the everlasting pleasure, that did full on Beatrice shine, with second view, from her fair countenance my gladdened soul, contented, vanquishing me with a beam of her soft smile, she spake, turn thee, and list. These eyes are not thy only paradise, as here we sometimes in the looks may see, an affection marked, when that it swayeth yen, the spirit holy, thus the hallowed light, to whom I turned, flashing, bewrayed its will, to talk yet further with me, and began, on this fifth lodgment of the tree, whose life is from its top, whose fruit is ever fair, and leaf unwithering, blessed spirits abide, thou were below, ere they arrived in heaven, so mighty in renown, as every muse might grace her triumph with them. On the horns, look therefore of the cross, he, whom I name, shall there enact, as doth in summer cloud, its nimble fire. Along the cross I saw, at the repeated name of Joshua, a splendor gliding, nor the word was said, ere it was done, then, at the naming saw, of the great Maccabee, another move, with whirling speed, and gladness was the scourge, unto that top, the next for Charlemagne, and for the peer Orlando, to my gaze, pursued intently as the eye pursues, a falcon flying, last along the cross. William and Renaud and Duke Godfrey Drew, my ken and Robert Guiscard, and the soul, who spake with me among the other lights, did move away and mix, and with the choir of heathen songsters proved his tuneful skill. To Beatrice on my right bent, looking for intimation or by word or act what next behooved, and did descry such mere effulgence in her eyes, such joy, it passed all former wont, and, as by sense of new delight, the man who perseveres in good deeds doth perceive from day to day his virtue growing. I e'en thus perceived of my ascent, together with the heathen, the circuit widened, noting the increase of beauty in that wonder, like the change in a brief moment on some maiden's cheek, which from its fairness doth discharge the weight of pudency that stained it, such in her. And to mine eye so sudden was the change, through silvery whiteness of that temperate star, whose sixth orb now enfolded us. I saw, within that jovial cresset, the clear sparks of love that reigned there, fashioned to my view our language, and as birds from river banks arisen, now in round, now lengthened troop, array them in their flight, greeting, as seems, their new-found pastures, so, within the lights, the saintly creatures flying, sang, and made. Now D, now I, now L, figured IETH, air. First, singing, to their notes they moved, then one, becoming of these signs, a little while, did rest them, and were mute. O nymph divine, of Pegasean race, whose souls, which thou inspirest, macest glorious and long-lived, as they, cities and realms by thee, thou with thyself, inform me that I may set forth the shapes, as fancy doth present them, be thy power displayed in this brief song. The characters, vocal and consonant, were fivefold 7, in order each as they appeared. I marked Diligite Justitium, the first, both verb and noun all blazoned, and the extreme key judicatis ter ram. In the M of the fifth word they held their station, making the star seem silver-streaked with gold. And on the summit of the M, I saw, descending other lights, that rested there, singing, methinks, their bliss and primal good. Then, as at shaking of a lighted brand, sparkles innumerable on all sides rise scattered, source of augury to th unwise. Thus more than 1,000 twinkling lustres hence seemed reascending, and a higher pitch, some mounting, and some less, e'en as the sun, which kindleth them, decreed. And when each one had settled in his place, the head and neck, then saw I of an eagle, lively, graved in that streaky fire. Who painteth there? Hath none to guide him, of himself he guides, and every line and texture of the nest doth own from him the virtue, fashions it, the other bright beatitude, that seemed, erewhile, with lilied crowning, well content, to overcanopy the M moved forth, following gently the impress of the bird. Sweet star, what glorious and thick-studded gems, declared to me our justice on the earth, to be the effluent of that heaven, which thou, thyself a costly jewel, dost inlay. Therefore I pray the sovereign mind, from whom thy motion and thy virtue are begun, that he would look from whence the fog doth rise, to vitiate thy beam, so that once more he may put forth his hand against such as drive their traffic in that sanctuary, whose walls with miracles and martyrdoms were built. Ye host of heaven, whose glory I survey, O beg ye grace for those that are on earth, all after ill example gone astray. War once had for its instrument the sword, but now tea is made, taking the bread away, which the good Father locks from none. And thou, that writes but to cancel, think, that they, who for the vineyard, which thou wastest, died, Peter and Paul live yet, and mark thy doings. Thou hast good cause to cry, my heart so cleaves to him that lived in solitude remote, and from the wilds was dragged to martyrdom. I wist not of the fisherman nor Paul. Canto 19. Before my sight appeared, with open wings, the beauteous image, in fruition sweet, gladdening the thronged spirits. Each did seem a little ruby, whereon so intense the sunbeam glowed that to mine eyes it came, in clear refraction. And that, which next befalls me to portray, voiceth not uttered, nor a think written, nor in fantasy was e'er conceived, for I beheld and heard the beak discourse, and what intention formed, of many singly as of one express, beginning, for that I was just and piteous. I am exalted to this height of glory, the which no wish exceeds, and there on earth have I my memory left, e'en by the bad, commended, while they leave its course untrod. Thus is one heat from many embers felt, as in that image many were the loves, and one the voice that issued from them all, whence I address them, O perennial flowers, of gladness everlasting, that exhale in single breath your odors manifold. Breathe now, and let the hunger be appeased, that with great craving long hath held my soul, finding no food on earth. This well I know, that if there be in heaven a realm that shows in faithful mirror the celestial justice, yours without veil reflects it. Ye discern the heed wherewith I do prepare myself to hearken, ye the doubt that urges me with such inveterate craving. Straight I saw, like to a falcon issuing from the hood, that rears his head and claps him with his wings, his beauty and his eagerness bewraying. So saw I move that stately sign with praise of grace divine inwoven and high song of inexpressive joy. He, it began, who turned his compass on the world's extreme, and in that space so variously hath wrought, both openly and in secret, in such wise, could not through all the universe display impression of his glory, that the word of his omniscience should not still remain in infinite excess, in proof whereof he first through pride supplanted, who was some of each created being, waited not for light celestial, and abortive fell, whence needs each lesser nature is but scant receptacle unto that good which knows no limit, measured by itself alone. Therefore your sight of th omnipresent mind, a single beam, its origin must own, surpassing far its utmost potency. The ken your world is gifted with descends in the everlasting justice as low down as I doth in the sea, which though it mark the bottom from the shore in the wide main, discerns it not, and any earthless it is, but hidden through its deepness. Light is none, save that which cometh from the pure serene of ne'er disturbed ether. For the rest, 'tis darkness all, or shadow of the flesh, or else its poison. Here confess revealed that covert which hath hidden from thy search the living justice of the which thou madest. Such frequent question, for thou saidst, a man is born on Indus banks, and none is there who speaks of Christ, nor who doth read nor write, and all his inclinations and his acts, as far as human reason sees, are good, and he offendeth not in word or deed. But unbaptized he dies, and void of faith. Where is the justice that condemns him? Where his blame, if he believeth not? What then And who art thou, that on the stool wouldst sit, to judge at distance of 1,000 miles, with the short-sighted vision of a span? To him who subtilizes thus with me, there would assuredly be room for doubt. Even to wonder did not the safe word of Scripture hold supreme authority. O animals of clay! O spirit's gross eye! The primal will, that in itself is good, hath from itself, the chief good, ne'er been moved. Justice consists in consonance with it, derivable by no created good, whose very cause depends upon its being, as on her nest the stork, that turns about, unto her young, whom lately she hath fed, while they with upward eyes do look on her. So lifted I my gaze, and bending so, the ever-blessed image waved its wings, labouring with such deep counsel, wheeling round. It warbled, and did say, as are my notes, to thee, who understandest them not, such is eternal judgment unto mortal ken, then still abiding in that ensign ranged, wherewith the Romans overawed the world, those burning splendours of the Holy Spirit, took up the strain, and thus it spake again. None ever hath ascended to this realm, who hath not a believer been in Christ, either before or after the blessed limbs were nailed upon the wood. But lo, of those who call Christ, Christ, there shall be many found in judgment further off from him by far, than such to whom his name was never known. Christians like these the Ethiop shall condemn, when that the two assemblages shall part, one rich eternally, the other poor. What may the Persians say unto your kings, when they shall see that volume, in the which all their dispraise is written, spread to view? There amidst Albert's works shall that be read, which will give speedy motion to the pen. When Prague shall mourn her desolated realm, there shall be read the woe that he doth work, with his adulterate money on the same, who by the tusk will perish. There be read the thirsting pride that maketh fool alike, the English and Scot, impatient of their bound. There shall be seen the Spaniard's luxury, the delicate living there of the Bohemian, who still to worth has been a willing stranger. The halter of Jerusalem shall see, a unit for his virtue, for his vices, no less a mark than million. He who guards the Isle of Fire by old Anchises honoured, shall find his avarice there and cowardice, and better to denote his littleness, the writing must be letters maimed, that speak much in a narrow space. All there shall know his uncle and his brother's filthy doings, who so renowned a nation and 2 crowns have bastardized, and they of Portugal and Norway there shall be exposed with him, of Ratzer who hath counterfeited ill the coin of Venice. O blessed Hungary, if thou no longer patiently abidest thy ill-entreating, and O blessed Navarre, if with thy mountainous girdle thou wouldst arm thee, in earnest of that day e'en now are heard wailings and groans in Famagosta's streets, and Nicosia's grudging at their beast, who keepeth even footing with the rest. Canto XX. When, disappearing from our hemisphere, the world's enlightener vanishes, and day on all sides wasteth, suddenly the sky, erewhile irradiate only with his beam, is yet again unfolded, putting forth innumerable lights wherein one shines. Of such vicissitude in heaven I thought, as the great sign that marshalleth the world, and the world's leaders in the blessed beak, was silent, for that all those living lights, waxing in splendor, burst forth into songs, such as from memory glide and fall away. Sweet love, that dost apparel thee in smiles, how lustrous was thy semblance in those sparkles, which merely are from holy thoughts inspurred, after the precious and bright beaming stones that did ingem the sixth light, say as the chiming of their angelic bells, methought I heard the murmuring of a river that doth fall from rock to rock transpicuous, making known the richness of his spring head, and as sound of cistern at the fretboard, or of pipe, is, at the wind-hole, modulate and tunned, thus up the neck, as it were hollow, rose that murmuring of the eagle, and forthwith voice their ascend, and thence along the beak, issued in form of words, such as my heart did look for, on whose tables I inscribed them. The part in me that sees and bears the sun. In mortal eagles it began, must now be noted steadfastly, for of the fires that figure me, those glittering in mine eye are chief of all the greatest. This that shines midmost for pupil was the same who sang the Holy Spirit song, and bare about the ark from town to town. Now doth he know the merit of his soul impassioned strains by their well-fitted guerdon. Of the five that make the circle of the vision, he who to the beak is nearest comforted the widow for her son. Now doth he know how dear he costeth not to follow Christ, both from experience of this pleasant life and of its opposite. He next who follows in the circumference for the overarch, by true repenting slack the pace of death. Now knoweth he that the degrees of heaven alter not when through pious prayer below. Today's is made tomorrow's destiny, the other following with the laws and me, to yield the shepherd room past o'er to Greece, from good intent producing evil fruit. Now knoweth he how all the ill derived from his well-doing doth not helm him aught, though it have brought destruction on the world. That which thou sayest in the underbow was William, whom that land bewails, which weeps for Charles and Frederick living. Now he knows how well is loved in heaven the righteous king, which he betokens by his radiant seeming, who in the erring world beneath would deem that Trojan Ripheus in this round was set fifth of the saintly splendors. Now he knows enough of that which the world cannot see. The grace divine, albeit in his sight, reach not its utmost depth, like to the lark that warbling in the air expatiates long, then, trilling out his last sweet melody, drops satiate with the sweetness. Such appeared that image stamped by that everlasting pleasure, which fashions like itself all lovely things. Aye, though my doubting were as manifest as is through glass the hue that mantles it, in silence waited not, for to my lips what things are these, involuntary rushed, and forked a passage out, whereat I marked a sudden lightening and new revelry. The eye was kindled, and the blessed sign, no more to keep me wondering and suspense, replied, I see that thou believest these things, because I tell them, but discernest not how, so that thy knowledge waits not on thy faith, as one who knows the name of thing by rote, but is a stranger to its properties, till others' tongue reveal them. Fervent love and lively hope with violence assail the kingdom of the heavens, and overcome the will of the Most High, not in such sort as man prevails o'er man, but conquers it, because is willing to be conquered still, though conquered by its mercy conquering. Those in the eye who live the first and fifth cause thee to marvel, in that thou beholdest the region of the angels decked with them. They quitted not their bodies, as thou deemest Gentiles, but Christians, in firm-rooted faith. This of the feet in future to be picked, that of feet nailed already to the cross, one from the barrier of the dark abyss, where never any with goodwill returns, came back unto his bones of lively hope. Such was the meed of lively hope that winged the prayers sent up to God for his release. and put power into them to bend his will. The glorious Spirit, of whom I speak to thee, a little while returning to the flesh, believed in him who had the means to help, and, in believing, nourished such a flame of holy love that at the second death he was made sharer in our gamesome mirth. The other, through the riches of that grace, which from so deep a fountain doth distil, as never I created saw its rising, placked all his love below on just and right. Wherefore of grace God opt in him the eye, to the redemption of mankind to come, wherein believing he endured no more the filth of paganism, and for their ways rebuked the stubborn nations. The three nymphs, whom at the right will thou beheldst advancing, were sponsors for him more than 1,000 years before baptizing. O how far removed, predestination, is thy root from such as see not the first cause entire, and ye, O mortal men, be wary how ye judge, for we, who see our Maker, know not yet the number of the chosen, and esteem such scantiness of knowledge our delight. For all our good is in that primal good. Concentrate, and God's will and ours are one. So, by that form divine, was given to me sweet medicine to clear and strengthen sight, and, as one handling skillfully the harp, attendant on some skillful songster's voice, bids the chords vibrate, and therein the song acquires more pleasure, so, the whilst it spake, it doth remember me that I beheld the pair of blessed luminaries move, like the accordant twinkling of two eyes, their beamy circlets dancing to the sounds. Canto XXI. Again mine eyes were fixed on Beatrice, and with mine eyes my soul, that in her looks found all contentment, yet no smile she wore. And, did I smile, quoth she, thou wouldst be straight, like some meal when into ashes turned. For, mounting these eternal palace stairs, my beauty, which the loftier it climbs, as thou hast noted, still doth kindle more, so shines, that, were no tempering interposed, thy mortal puissance would from its rays shrink, as the leaf doth from the thunderbolt. Into the seventh splendor are we wafted, that underneath the burning lion's breast beams, in this hour, commingled with his might. Thy mind be with thine eyes, and in them mirrored the shape which in this mirror shall be shown. Whoso can deem how fondly I had fed my sight upon her blissful countenance, may know, when to new thoughts I charmed, what joy to do the bidding of my heavenly guide, in equal balance poising I the weight within the crystal which records the name, as its remoter circle girds the world, of that loved monarch in whose happy reign no ill had power to harm. I saw reared up, in colour like to sun-illumined gold, a ladder which my ken pursued in vain, so lofty was the summit, down whose steps I saw the splendours in such multitude, descending, every light in heaven, methought, was shed thence, as the rooks, at dawn of day, bestirring them to dry their feathers chill. Some speed their way afield, and homeward some, returning, cross their flight, while some abide, and wheel around their airy lodge, so seemed that glitterance, wafted on alternate wing, as upon certain stair it met, and clashed, it shining, and one lingering near us, waxed so bright, that in my thought, said, the love which this betokens me, admits no doubt. Unwillingly from question I refrain, to her, by whom my silence and my speech are ordered, looking for a sign, went she, who in the sight of him, that seeth all, saw wherefore I was silent, prompted me, Teat indulged the fervent wish, and I began, I am not worthy of my own desert, that thou shouldst answer me, but for her sake, who hath vouchsafed my asking, spirit blessed, that in thy joy art shrouded? Say the cause, which bringeth thee so near, and wherefore, say, doth the sweet symphony of paradise keep silence here, pervading with such sounds of rapt devotion evry lower sphere? Mortal art thou in hearing as in sight, was the reply, and what forbade the smile of Beatrice interrupts our song, only to yield thee gladness of my voice, and of the light that vests me. I thus far descend these hallowed steps, not that more love invites me, for lo, there aloft, as much or more of love is witnessed in those flames, but such my lot by charity assigned, that makes us ready servants, as thou sayest, to execute the counsel of the highest. That in this court, said I, O sacred lamp, love no compulsion needs, but follows free. Eternal providence, I well discern, this harder find to deem, why of thy peers thou only to this office wert foredoomed. I had not ended, when, like rapid mill, upon its centre whirled the light, and then the love that did inhabit there replied, splendor eternal, piercing through these folds, its virtue to my vision knits, and thus, supported, lifts me so above myself, that on the sovran essence, which it wells from, I have the power to gaze, and hence the joy wherewith I sparkle, equalling with my blaze the keenness of my sight, but not the soul that is in heaven most lustrous, nor the seraph that hath his eyes most fixed on God, shall solve what thou hast asked, for in an abyss it lies, of the everlasting statute sunk so low, that no created ken may fathom it. And to the mortal world when thou returnest, be this reported, that none henceforth dare direct his footsteps to so dread a bourne. The mind, that here is radiant, on the earth, is wrapped in mist. Look then if she may do, below, what passeth her ability, when she is tie-in to heaven. By words like these, admonished, I the question urged no more, and of the spirit humbly sued alone. Instruct me of its state, twixt I the shore of Italy, nor distant from thy land. A stony ridge Ariseth, in such sort, the thunder doth not lift his voice so high. They call it Catria, at whose foot a cell is sacred to the lonely eremite, for worship set apart and holy rites. A third time thus it spake, then added, there, so firmly to God's service I adhered, that with no costlier viands than the juice of olives, easily I passed the heats of summer and the winter frosts, content in heavenward musings. Rich were the returns, and fertile, which that cloister once was ust, to render to these heavens. Now is fallen into a waste so empty, that ere long detection must lay bare its vanity. Pietro Damiano there was I yclept, Pietro the sinner, when before I dwelt beside the Adriatic, in the house of our blessed Lady, near upon my close of mortal life. Through much importuning, I was constrained to wear the hat that still, from bad to worse it shifted. Cephas came, he came, who was the Holy Spirit's vessel, barefoot and lean, eating their bread, as chanked at the first table. Modern shepherds need those who on either hand may prop and lead them, so burly are they grown, and from behind, others to hoist them down the palfrey's sides, spread their broad mantles, so as both the beasts are covered with one skin. O patience, thou that look'st on this and doth endure so long, I at those accents saw the splendors down, from step to step alight, and wheel, and wax, each circuiting, more beautiful. Round this they came, and stayed them, uttered them a shout, so loud, It hath no likeness here, nor I wist what it spake, so deafening was the thunder. Canto XXI. Astounded, to the guardian of my steps I turned me, like the chill, who always runs thither for succor where he trusteth most. And she was like the mother, who her son, beholding pale and breathless, with her voice soothes him, and he is cheered, for thus she spake, soothing me, knowest not thou, thou art in heaven? And knowest not thou, whatever is in heaven is holy, and that nothing there is done, but is done zealously and well? Deem now, what change in thee the song, and what my smile had wrought, since thus the shout had POWR to move thee, in which couldst thou have understood their prayers. The vengeance were already known to thee, which thou must witness ere thy mortal hour. The sword of heaven is not in haste to smite, nor yet doth linger, save unto his seeming, who in desire or fear doth look for it. But elsewhere now I'll bid thee turn thy view, so shalt thou many a famous spirit behold. Mine eyes directing, as she willed, I saw 100 little spheres, that fairer grew by interchange of splendor. I remained, as one, who fearful of o'ermuch presuming, abates in him the keenness of desire, nor dares to question, when amid those pearls, one largest and most lustrous onward drew, that it might yield contentment to my wish. And from within it these the sounds I heard. If thou, like me, beheld'st the charity that burns amongst us, what thy mind conceives were uttered, but that, ere the lofty bound thou reach, expectance may not weary thee. I will make answer even to the thought, which thou hast such respect of. In old days, that mountain, at whose side Casino rests, was on its height frequented by a race, deceived and ill-disposed, and I it was, who thither carried first the name of him, who brought the soul-subliming truth to man, and such a speeding grace shone over me, that from their impious worship I reclaimed the dwellers round about, who with the world were in delusion lost. These are the flames, the spirits of men contemplative, were all enlivened by that warmth, whose kindly force gives birth to flowers and fruits of holiness. Here is Macarius, Romualdo here, and here my brethren, who their steps refrained within the cloisters, and held firm their heart. Ins during, thus, thy gentle words and kind, and this the cheerful semblance I behold, not unobservant, beaming in ye all, have rayed assurance in me, wakening it, full blossomed in my bosom, as a rose before the sun, when the consummate flower has spread to utmost amplitude. Of thee, therefore entreat I, Father, to declare, if I may gain such favor as to gaze upon thine image, by no covering veiled. Brother, he thus rejoined, in the last sphere, expect completion of thy lofty aim, for thereon each desire completion waits, and thereon mine, where every aim is found, perfect, entire, and for fulfillment ripe. There all things are as they have ever been, for space is none to bound, nor pole divides. Our ladder reaches even to that clime, and so at giddy distance mocks thy view. Thither the patriarch Jacob saw it stretch, its topmost round, when it appeared to him, with angels laden. But to mount it now, none lifts his foot from earth, and hence my rule is left a profitless stain upon the leaves. The walls, for abbey reared, turned into dens, the cowls to sacks choked up with musty meal. Foul usury doth not more lift itself against God's pleasure than that fruit which makes the hearts of monks so wanton, for whate'er is in the church's keeping, all pertains to such as sue for heaven's sweet sake, and not to those who in respect of kindred claim, or on more vile allowance. mortal flesh is grown so dainty, good beginnings last not. From the oak's birth unto the acorn's setting, his convent Peter founded without gold or silver, I with prayers and fasting mine, and Francis his in meek humility. And if thou note the point whence each proceeds, then look what it athird to, thou shalt find. The white grown murky, Jordan was turned back, and a less wonder, then the refluent sea. May at God's pleasure work amendment here. So saying, to his assembly back he drew, and they together clustered into one. Then all rolled upward like an eddying wind. The sweet dame beckoned me to follow them, and by that influence only so prevailed over my nature, that no natural motion, ascending or descending here below, had, as I mounted, with my pen vied. So, reader, as my hope is to return unto the holy triumph, for the which I ofttimes wail my sins, and smite my breast, thou hadst been longer drawing out and thrusting thy finger in the fire, than I was ere the sign that followeth Taurus I beheld, and entered its precinct. O glorious stars! O light impregnate with exceeding virtue! To whom what air of genius lifteth me above the vulgar, grateful I refer. With ye the parent of all mortal life, arose and set, when I did first inhale the Tuscan air, and afterward, when grace vouchsafe me entrance to the lofty wheel, that in its orb impels ye, fate decreed, my passage at your clime. To you my soul devoutly sighs, for virtue even now, to meet the hard emprise that draws me on. Thou art so near the sum of blessedness, said Beatrice, that behoves thy ken. Be vigilant and clear, and, to this end, or even thou advance thee further, hence, look downward, and contemplate, what a world, already stretched under our feet there lies. So as thy heart may, in its blithest mood, present itself to the triumphal throng, which through that ethereal concave comes rejoicing, I straight obeyed, and with mine eye returned through all the seven spheres, and saw this globe, so pitiful of semblance, that perforce it moved my smiles, and him in truth I hold for wisest, who esteems it least, whose thoughts elsewhere are fixed, him worthiest call and best. I saw the daughter of Latona shine, without the shadow, whereof late I deemed that dense and rare were cause. Here I sustained the visage, Hyperion, of thy son, and marked how near him with their circle round moved Maia and Dion, here discerned Jove's tempering twixt his sire and son, and hence their changes and their various aspects distinctly scanned. Nor might I not descry of all the seven, how bulky each, how swift, nor of their several distances not learn this petty area, o'er the which we stride so fiercely, as along the eternal twins I wound my way, appeared before me all, forth from the haven stretched unto the hills, then to the beauteous eyes mine eyes returned. Canto 23. E'en as the bird, who midst the leafy bower has, in her nest, sat darkling through the night, with her sweet brood, impatient to descry their wished looks, and to bring home their food. In the fond quest unconscious of her toil, she, of the time prevenient, on the spray that overhangs their couch, with wakeful gaze, expects the sun, nor ever, till the dawn, removeth from the east her eager ken. So stood the dame erect, and bent her glance wistfully on that region, where the sun abatteth most his speed, that, seeing her suspense and wandering, I became as one in whom desire is wakened, and the hope of somewhat new to come fills with delight. Short space ensued, I was not held, I say, long in expectance, when I saw the heaven wax more and more resplendent, and, behold, cried Beatrice, the triumphal hosts of Christ, and all the harvest reaped at length, of thy ascending up these spheres. Meseemed, that, while she spake her image all did burn, and in her eye such fullness was of joy, and I am fain to pass unconstrued by, as in the calm full moon, when Trivia smiles, in peerless beauty, mid th eternal Nimbus, that paint through all its gulfs the blue profound. In bright preeminence so saw I there, on million lamps a sun, from whom all drew their radiance as from ours the starry train, and through the living light so lustrous glowed the substance, that my ken endured it not. O Beatrice, sweet and precious guide, who cheered me with her comfortable words, against the virtue that o'erpowereth thee, avails not to resist. Here is the might, and here the wisdom, which did open lay the path that had been yearned for so long, betwixt the heaven and earth, like to the fire, that, in a cloud imprisoned doth break out, expansive, so that from its womb enlarged, it falleth against nature to the ground. Thus in that heaven ly banqueting my soul, outgrew herself, and, in the transport lost, holds now remembrance none of what she was. Ope thou thine eyes, and mark me, if thou hast seen things that empower thee to sustain my smile. I was as one, when a forgotten dream doth come across him, and he strives in vain to shape it in his fantasy again, when as that gracious boon was proffered me, which never may be cancelled from the book, wherein the past is written. Now were all those tongues to sound, that have on sweetest milk of Polyhymnia and her sisters fed, and fattened, not with all their help to boot, unto the thousandth parcel of the truth, my song might shadow forth that saintly smile, flow merely in her saintly looks it wrought, and with such figuring of paradise, the sacred strain must leap, like one that meets a sudden interruption to his road. But he, who thinks how ponderous the theme, and that to tea is lain upon a mortal shoulder, may pardon, if it tremble with the burden. The track, our venturous keel must furrow, brooks no unribbed pinnace, no self-sparing pilot. Why doth my face, said Beatrice, thus enamour thee, as that thou dost not turn unto the beautiful garden, blossoming beneath the rays of Christ? Here is the rose, wherein the Word divine was made incarnate, and here the lilies, by whose odour known the way of life was followed. Prompt I heard her bidding, and encounter once again the strife of aching vision, as erewhile, through glance of sunlight, streamed through broken cloud, mine eyes a flower besprinkled mead have seen, though veiled themselves in shade, so saw I there legions of splendors, on whom burning rays shed lightnings from above, yet saw I not the fountain whence they flowed. O gracious virtue, thou, whose broad stamp is on them, higher up, thou didst exalt thy glory to give room to my o'erlabored sight, when at the name of that fair flower, whom duly I invoke, both morn and eve, my soul, with all her might, collected, on the goodliest ardour fixed, and, as the bright dimensions of the star, in heaven excelling, as once here on earth, were, in my eyeballs lively portrayed. Lo, from within the sky a cresset fell, circling in fashion of a diadem, and girt the star, and hovering round it wheeled. Whatever melody sounds sweetest here, and draws the spirit most unto itself, might seem a rent cloud when it grates the thunder, compared unto the sounding of that lyre, wherewith the goodliest sapphire, that inlays the floor of heaven, was crowned. Angelic love, I am, who thus with hovering flight in wheel the lofty rapture from that womb inspurred, where our desire did dwell, and round thee so, Lady of Heaven, will hover long as thou thy son shalt follow, and diviner joy shall from thy presence gild the highest sphere. Such close was to the circling melody, and, as it ended, all the other lights took up the strain, and echoed Mary's name, the robe that with its regal folds enwraps the world, and with the nearer breath of God doth burn and quiver, held so far reterred, its inner hem and skirting over us, that yet no glimmer of its majesty had streamed unto me. Therefore were mine eyes unequal to pursue the crowned flame that rose and sought its natal seed of fire, and like to babe that stretches forth its arms for very eagerness towards the breast, after the milk is taken, so outstretched their wavy summits all the fervent band, through zealous love to Mary then in view, there halted, and Regina Coeli sang so sweetly, the delighteth left me never. Oh, what o'erflowing plenty is uppilled in those rich laden coffers, which below sowed the good seed, whose harvest now they keep. Here are the treasures tasted, that with tears were in the Babylonian exile won, when gold had failed them. Here in synod high of ancient council with the new convent, under the Son of Mary and of God, victorious he his mighty triumph holds, to whom the keys of glory were assigned. Canto Xiv. O ye, in chosen fellowship advanct, to the great supper of the blessed Lamb, whereon who feedeth every wish fulfilled, if to this man through God's grace be vouchsafed foretaste of that which from your table falls, or ever death his fated term prescribe. Be ye not heedless of his urgent will, but may some influence of your sacred dews sprinkle him of the fount ye all we drink, whence flows what most he craves. Beatrice spake, and the rejoicing spirits, like to spheres on firm set poles revolving, trailed a blaze of comet splendor, and as wheels that wind their circles in the horologe, so work the stated rounds, that to an observant eye the first seems still, and, as it flew, the last. E'en thus their carols weaving variously, they by the measure packed, or swift, or slow, made me to rate the riches of their joy, from that which I did note in beauty most excelling, so I issue forth a flame, so bright, as none was left more goodly there. Round Beatrice thrice it wheeled about, with so divine a song, that fancy's ear records it not, and the pen passeth on, and leaves a blank for that our mortal speech, nor e'en the inward shaping of the brain hath colours fine enough to trace such folds. O saintly sister mine, thy prayer devout is with so vehement affection urged, thou dost unbind me from that beauteous sphere. Such were the accents towards my lady breathed, from that blessed ardour, soon as it was stayed, to whom she thus, O everlasting light, of him, within whose mighty grasp our Lord did leave the keys, which of this wondrous bliss he bare below, tend this man as thou wilt, with lighter probe or deep, touching the faith, by the which thou didst on the billows walk. If he in love, in hope, and in belief be steadfast, is not hid from thee, for thou hast there thy ken, where all things are beheld in liveliest portraiture. But since true faith has peopled this fair realm with citizens, meet is, that to exalt its glory more, thou in his audience shouldst thereof discourse, like to the bachelor, who arms himself, and speaks not, till the master have proposed the question, to approve, and not to end it. So I, in silence, armed me, while she spake, summoning up each argument to aid, as was behoveful for such questioner, and such profession as good Christian ought. Declare thee, what is faith? Whereat I rayed my forehead to the light, whence this had breathed, then turned to Beatrice, and in her looks approval met, that from therein must fount I should unlock the waters. May the grace that giveth me the captain of the church for confessor, said I, vouchsafe to me apt utterance for my thoughts, then added, Sire, e'en as set down by the unerring style of thy dear brother, who with thee conspurred to bring Rome in unto the way of life. Faith of things hoped his substance, and the proof of things not seen, and herein doth consist. Methinks its essence, rightly as thou deemed, was answered, if thou well discern, why first he hath defined substance, and then proof. The deep things, I replied, which here I scan distinctly, are below from mortal eye, so hidden they have in belief alone. Their being, on which credence hope sublime is built, and therefore substance it intends, and inasmuch as we must needs infer from such belief our reasoning, all respect to other view excluded, hence of proof th intention is derived. Forthwith I heard, if thus, whate'er by learning men attain were understood, the sophist would want room to exercise his wit. So breathed the flame of love, then added, current is the coin thou utterest both in weight and in alloy. But tell me, if thou hast it in thy purse, even so glittering and so round, said I not a whit misdoubt of its assay, next issued from the deep embosomed splendor. Say, whence the costly jewel, on the which is founded every virtue, came to thee? The flood, I answered, from the Spirit of God, rained down upon the ancient bond anew. Here is the reasoning that convinceth me. So feelingly, each argument beside seems blunt and forceless in comparison. Then heard I, wherefore holdest thou that each, the elder proposition and the new, which so persuade thee, are the voice of heaven? The works that followed evidence their truth. I answered, nature did not make for these the iron hot, or on her anvil mold them. Who voucheth to thee of the works themselves? Was the reply, that they in very deed are that they purport? None hath sworn so to thee, that all the world, said I, should have been turned to Christian, and no miracle been wrought, would in itself be such a miracle. The rest were not 100th part so great. E'en thou wentst forth in poverty and hunger, to set the goodly plant, that from the vine it once was, now is grown unsightly bramble, that ended through the high celestial court. Resounded all the spheres, praise we one God, in song of most unearthly melody. And when that worthy thus, from branch to branch, examining, had led me, that we now approached the topmost bough, he straight reasoned, the grace that holds sweet dalliance with thy soul, so far discreetly hath thy lips unclosed, that, whatsoe'er has passed them, I commend, behoves thee to express what thou believest, the next, and whereon thy belief hath grown. O saintly sire and spirit, I began, who sayest that which thou didst so believe, as to outstrip feet younger than thine own, toward the sepulchre? Thy will is here, that I the 10 hour of my creed unfold, and thou the cause of it hast likewise asked. And I reply, I in one God believe, one sole eternal Godhead, of whose love all he then is moved, himself unmoved the while, nor demonstration physical alone, or more intelligential and abstruse, persuades me to this faith, but from that truth it cometh to me rather, which is shed through Moses, the rapt prophets, and the Psalms, the gospel, and that ye yourselves did write, when ye were gifted of the Holy Ghost. In 3 eternal persons I believe, essence threefold and one mysterious league of union absolute, which, many a time, the word of gospel law upon my mind imprints, and from this germ, this firstling spark, the lively flame dilates, and like Heaven's star, doth glitter in me, as the Master hears, well pleased, and then enfoldeth in his arms the servant, who with joyful tidings brought, and having told the errand keeps his peace, thus benediction uttering with song, soon as my peace I held, compassed me thrice, the apostolic radiance, whose behest had opt lips so well their answer pleased. Canto XXV, if e'er the sacred poem that hath made both heaven and earth co-partners in its toil, and with lean abstinence, through many a year, faded my brow, be destined to prevail over the cruelty which bars me forth of the fair sheepfold where a sleeping lamb the wolves set on and fain had worried me. With other voice and fleece of other grain, I shall forthwith return, and, standing up at my baptismal font, shall claim the wreath due to the poet's temples, for I there first entered on the faith which maketh souls acceptable to God, and, for its sake, Peter had then circled my forehead thus. Next from the squadron whence had issued forth the first fruit of Christ's vicars on the earth, toward us moved a light, at view whereof my Lady, full of gladness, spake to me, Lo, lo, behold the peer of mickle might, that makes Felicia thronged with visitants, as when the ring-dove by his mate alights, encircles each about the other wheels, and murmuring coos his fondness. Thus saw I one of the other great and glorious prince, with kindly greeting hailed, extolling both their heavenly banqueting, but when an end was to their gratulation, silent each. Before me sat they down, so burning bright, I could not look upon them. Smiling then, Beatrice spake, O life in glory shrind, who didst the largess of our kingly court set down with faithful pen, let now thy voice of hope the praises in this height resound. For thou, who figurest them in shapes as clear as Jesus stood before thee, well canst speak them. Lift up thy head, and be thou strong in trust, for that which hither from the mortal world arriveth must be ripened in our beam. Such cheering accents from the second flame assured me, and mine eyes I lifted up unto the mountains that had bowed them late with over heavy burden. Sith our liege wills of his grace that thou, or ere thy death, in the most secret council with his lords, shouldst be confronted, so that having viewed the glories of our court, thou mayst therewith thyself and all who hear invigorate with hope that leads to blissful end. Declare, what is that hope, how it doth flourish in thee, and whence thou hadst it, thus proceeding still, the second light, and she, whose gentle love my soaring pennons in that lofty flight escorted, thus preventing me, rejoined among her sons, not one more full of hope. Of the church militant, so it is of him, recorded in the sun, whose liberal orb enlighteneth all our tribe, and ere his term of warfare, hence permitted he is come from Egypt to Jerusalem, to see the other points, both which thou hast inquired, not for more knowledge, but that he may tell how dear thou holdst the virtue. These to him leave I, for he may answer thee with ease, and without boasting, so God give him grace, like to the scholar, practiced in his task, who, willing to give proof of diligence, seconds his teacher gladly. Hope, said I, is of the joy to come a sure expectance, defect of grace divine and merit proceeding. This light from many a star visits my heart, but flowed to me the first from him who sang the songs of the Supreme, himself supreme among his tuneful brethren. Let all hope In thee, so speak his anthem, who have known thy name, and with my faith who know not that. From thee, the next, distilling from his spring, in thine epistle fell on me the drops, so plenteously that I on others shower the influence of their dew. Whiley as I spake, a lamping, as of quick and vol-eyed lightning, within the bosom of that mighty sheen, played tremulous, then forth these accents breathed. Love for the virtue which attended me, e'en to the palm, and issuing from the field, glows vigorous yet within me, and inspires to ask of thee, whom also it delights, what promise thou from hope in chief dost win? Both scriptures, new and ancient, I replied, propose the mark, which even now I view, for souls beloved of God. Isaiah saith, that, in their own land, each one must be clad in twofold vesture, and their proper lands this delicious life, in terms more full, and clearer far, thy brother hath set forth this revelation to us, where he tells of the white raiment destined to the saints. And, as the words were ending, from above, they hope in thee, first heard we cried, whereto answered the carols all. Amidst them next, a light of so clear amplitude emerged, that winter's month were but a single day, were such a crystal in the Cancer's sign, like as a virgin riseth up, and goes, and enters on the mazes of the dance, though gay, yet innocent of worse intent, than to do fitting honour to the bride. So I beheld the new effulgence come, unto the other two, who in a ring wheeled, as became their rapture, in the dance, and in the song it mingled, and the dame held on them fixed her looks, e'en as the spouse, silent and moveless. This is he, who lay upon the bosom of our pelican, this he, into whose keeping from the cross the mighty charge was given. Thus she spake, yet therefore naught the more removed her sight from marking them, or ere her words began, or when they closed, as he, who looks intent, and strives with searching ken, how he may see the sun in his eclipse, and, through desire of seeing, loseth power of sight, so I peered on that last resplendence, while I heard, why dazzlest thou thine eyes in seeking that which here abides not? Earth my body is, in earth, and shall be, with the rest, so long, as till our number equal the decree of the Most High. The two that have ascended, in this our blessed cloister, shine alone, with the two garments. So report below, as when, for ease of labour, or to shun suspected peril at a whistle's breath, the oars, erewhile dashed frequent in the wave, all rest, the flamy circle at that voice. So rested, and the mingling sound was still, which from the trinal band soft breathing rose. I turned, but how trembled in my thought, when, looking at my side again to see Beatrice, I descried her not, although not distant, on the happy coast she stood. Canto XXVI. With dazzled eyes, whilst wondering I remained. Forth of the beamy flame which dazzled me, issued a breath, that in attention mute detained me, and these words it spake, "T were well, that, long as till thy vision, on my form, O Erspent, regain its virtue, with discourse, thou compensate the brief delay. Say then, beginning, to what point thy soul aspires, and meanwhile rest assured, that sight in thee is but o'erpowered a space, not wholly quenched, since thy fair guide and lovely, in her look, ith potency, the like to that which dwelt in Anania's hand. I answering thus, be to mine eyes the remedy or late, or early, at her pleasure, for they were the gates, at which she entered, and did light her never-dying fire. My wishes here are centered, in this palace is the wheel, that Alpha and Omega is to all the lessons love can read me. Yet again, the voice which had dispersed my fear when dazzed with that excess to converse urged, and spake, behoves thee sift more narrowly thy terms, and say, who levelled at this scope thy bow? Philosophy, said I, hath arguments, and this placeth authority enough. Tebe imprint in me such love for of constraint. Good, inasmuch as we perceive the good, kindles our love, and in degree the more, as it comprises more of goodness in his tea. The essence then, where such advantage is, that each good, found without it, is naught else, but of his light the beam, must needs attract the soul of each one, loving, who the truth discerns, on which this proof is built. Such truth learn I from him, who shows me the first love of all intelligential substances. Eternal, from his voice I learn, whose word is truth, that of himself to Moses saith, I will make all my good before thee pass. Lastly from thee I learn, who chief proclaim st. E'en at the outset of thy heralding, immortal is the mystery of heaven. Through human wisdom and the authority, therewith agreeing, heard I answered, keep the choicest of thy love for God. But say, if thou yet other chords within thee feel st. that draw thee towards him, so that thou report, how many other fangs with which this love is grappled to thy soul, I did not miss. To what intent the eagle of our Lord had pointed his demand, ye noted well. The vow which he led to, and reasoned, all grappling bonds that knit the heart to God, confederate to make fast our clarity, the being of the world, and mine own being, the death which he endured that I should live, and that which all the faithful hope, as I do, to the forementioned lively knowledge joined, have from the sea of ill love saved my bark, and on the coast secured it of the right. As for the leaves that in the garden bloom, my love for them is great, as is the good, dealt by the eternal hand, that tends them all. I ended, and therewith a song most sweet rang through the spheres, and holy, 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 accordant with the rest my lady sang, and as a sleep is broken and dispersed, through sharp encounter of the nimble light, with the eye-spirit running forth to meet, the ray from membrane onto the membrane urged, and the upstart led white loaths that he sees. So, at his sudden waking, he misdeems of all around him, till assurance waits on better judgment. Thus the saintly came, drove from before mine eyes the motes away, with the resplendence of her own, that cast their brightness downward, 1,000 miles below, whence I my vision clearer shall before, recovered, and, well nigh astounded, asked of a fourth light, that now with us I saw, and Beatrice, the first diving soul, that ever the first virtue frammed, admires within these rays his maker, like the leaf that bows its lithe top till the blast is blown, by its own virtue reared then stands aloof. So I, the whilst she said, awe-stricken bowed. Then eagerness to speak emboldened me, and I began, O fruit, thou wast alone, mature when first engendered, ancient father, that doubly sayest in every wedded bride, thy daughter by affinity and blood, devoutly as I may, I pray thee hold converse with me in my will thou sayest, and I, more speedily to hear thee, tell it not. It chanceth oft some animal bewrays, through the sleek covering of his furry coat, the fondness that stirs in him and conforms, his outside seeming to the cheer within, and in like guise was Adam's spirit moved to joyous mood that through the covering shone, transparent, when to pleasure me it spake, no need thy will be told, which I untold, better discern than thou whatever thing thou hold'st most certain, for that will I see. In him, who is truth's mirror, and himself, parhelion unto all things, and naught else. To him, this wouldst thou hear, how long since God plucked me high garden, from whose hounds she led me up in this ladder, steep and long. What space endured my season of delight? Whence truly sprang the wrath that banished me? And what the language, which I spake and frammed? Not that I tasted of the tree, my son, was in itself the cause of that exile, but only my transgressing of the mark, assigned me, there whence at thy lady's hest, the Mantuan moved him, still was I debarred. This counsel, till the sun had made complete 4,300 rounds and twice his annual journey, and through every light in his broad pathway saw I him return, 1,070 times, the whilst I dwelt upon the earth. The language I did use was worn away, or ever Nimrod's race their unaccomplishable work began, for naught that man inclines to ere was lasting, left by his reason free and variable, as is the sky that sways him, that he speaks, is nature's prompting, whether thus or thus, she leaves to you, as ye do most affect it. Ere I descended into hell's abyss, El was the name on earth of the chief good, whose joy enfolds me, Eli then T was called, and so beseemeth, for, in mortals, use is as the leaf upon the bough, that goes, and other comes instead. Upon the mount, most high above the waters, all my life, both innocent and guilty, did but reach, from the first hour, to that which cometh next, as the sun changes quarter, to the sixth, canto xvi, then glory to the Father, to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit, rang aloud throughout all paradise, that with the song my spirit reeled, so passing sweet the strain, and what I saw was equal ecstasy, one universal smile it seemed of all things, joy past compare, gladness unutterable, imperishable life of peace and love, exhaustless riches and unmeasured bliss. Before mine eyes stood the four torches lit, and that which first had come began to wax in brightness, and in semblance such became as Jove might be if he and Mars were birds, and interchanged their plumes. Silence ensued through the blessed choir by him who here appoints vicissitude of ministry enjoined. When thus I heard, wonder not if my hue be changed, for, while I speak, these shalt thou see, all in like manner change with me. My place, he who usurps on earth, my place, mine, which in the presence of the Son of God is void, the same hath made my cemetery a common sewer of puddle and of blood, the more below his triumph, who from hence malignant fell, such colour as the sun, at eve or morning, paints an adverse cloud. Then saw I sprinkled over all the sky, and as an unblemished dame, who in herself, secure of censure, yet at bare report of others failing, shrinks with maiden fear. So Beatrice in her semblance charmed, and such eclipse in heaven methinks was seen, when the most holy suffered. Then the words proceeded, with voice altered from itself, so clean the semblance did not alter more. Not to this end was Christ's spouse with my blood, with that of Linus and of Cletus fed, that she might serve for purchase of base gold, but for the purchase of this happy life did Sextus, Pius, and Calixtus bleed, and Urban they, whose doom was not without much weeping sealed. No purpose was of our, that on the right hand of our successors, part of the Christian people should be set, and part upon their left, nor that the keys, which were vouchsafed me, should for ensign serve. unto the banners that do Levi wore. On the baptized, nor I, for sigil mark, set upon sold and lying privileges, which makes me oft to bicker and turn red. In shepherd's clothing greedy wolves below, range wide are all the pastures. Arm of God, why longer sleepst thou? Chaosines and Gascona, prepare to quaff our blood. O good beginning, to what a vile conclusion must thou stoop? But the high providence, which did defend, through Scipio the world's glory unto Rome, will not delay its succor, and thou, son, who through thy mortal weight shall yet again return below, open thy lips, nor hide what is by me not hidden. As a hood of frozen vapors streams adown the air, what time the she-goat with her ski horn touches the sun, so saw I there stream wide the vapors, who with us had lingered late, and with glad triumph decked th ethereal cope. Onward my sight their semblances pursued, so far pursued, as till the space between from its reach severed them, whereat the guide celestial, marking me no more intent on upward gazing, said, Look down and see what circuit thou hast compassed from the hour when I before had cast my view beneath. All the first region overpast I saw, which from the midmost to the bound are why winds, that onward thence from Gades I beheld the unwise passage of Laert's son, and hitherward the shore, where thou, Europa, madest thee a joyful burden, and yet more of this dim spot had seen, but that the sun, a constellation off and more, had ta'en his progress in the zodiac underneath. Then by the spirit that doth never leave its amorous dalliance with my lady's looks, back with redoubled ardour were mine eyes led unto her, and from her radiant smiles, when as I turned me, pleasure so divine did lighten on me, that whatever bait or art or nature in the human flesh, or in its limbed resemblance, can combine, through greedy eyes to take the soul withal, were to her beauty nothing. Its boon influence from the fair nest of Leda wrapped me forth, and wafted on into the swiftest heaven. What place for entrance Beatrice chose, I may not say, so uniform was all, liveliest and loftiest. She my secret wish divined, and with such gladness, that God's love seemed from her visage shining, thus began. Here is the goal, whence motion on his race starts, motionless the center, and the rest all moved around, except the soul divine. Place in this heaven is none, the soul divine, wherein the love, which ruleth o'er its orb, is kindled, and the virtue that it sheds. One circle, light and love, in clasping it, as this doth clasp the others, and to him who draws the bound, its limit only known, measured itself by none, it doth divide. Motion to all, counted unto them forth, as by the fifth or half ye count forth 10. The vase, wherein time's roots are plunged, thou sayest, look elsewhere for the leaves. O mortal lust, that canst not lift thy head above the waves, which whelm and sink thee down. The will in man bears goodly blossoms, but its ruddy promise is, by the dripping of perpetual rain, made mere abortion. Faith and innocence are met with but in babes, each taking leave, ere cheeks with down are sprinkled. He that fasts, while yet a stammerer, with his tongue let loose, gluts every food alike in every moon. One yet a babbler, loves and listens to his mother, but no sooner hath free use of speech, than he doth wish her in her grave. So suddenly doth the fair child of him, whose welcome is the morn and eve his parting, to negro blackness change her virgin white. Thou, to abate thy wonder, note that none bears rule in earth, and its frail family are therefore wanderers. Yet before the date, when through the 100th in his reckoning drops, pale January must be sheared aside. From winter's calendar these heathen ly spheres shall roar so loud that fortune shall be fain to turn the poop where sheeth now the prow, so that the fleet run onward, and true fruit, expected long, shall crown at last the bloom. Canto XVI. So she who doth in paradise my soul had drawn the veil from off our pleasant life, and barred the truth of poor mortality, when lo, as one who, in a mirror, spies the shining of a flambeau at his back, lit sudden or he deem of its approach, and turneth to resolve him, if the glass have told him true, and sees the record faithful, as note is to its meter, even thus, I well remember, did befall to me, looking upon the beauteous eyes, whence love had made the leash to take me, as I turned, and that, which, in their circles, none who spies can missive, in itself apparent, struck on mine a point I saw, that darted light, so sharp, no lid, unclosing, may bear up against its keenness. The least star we view from hence had seemed a moon set by its side, a star by side of star, and so far off, perchance, as is the halo from the light, which paints it, when most dense the vapour spreads. There wheeled about the point a circle of fire, more rapid than the motion which first girds the world. Then, circle after circle, round, enringed each other, till the seventh reached circumference so ample, that its bow, within the span of Juno's messenger, lied scarce been held entire. Beyond the 7th followed yet other two, and every one, as more in number distant from the first, was tardier in motion, and that glowed with flame most pure, that to the sparkle of truth was nearest, as partaking most, methinks, of its reality. The guide beloved saw me in anxious thought suspense, and spake, Heaven, and all nature, hangs upon that point. The circle the two most conjoined observe, and know, that by intenser love its course is to this swiftness winged. To whom I thus? It were enough, nor should I further seek, had I but witnessed order in the world, appointed, such as in these wheels is seen. But in the sensible world such difference rents is, that is each round shows more divinity, as each is wider from the centre. Hence, if in this wondrous and angelic temple, that hath for confine only light and love, my wish may have completion, I must know, wherefore such disagreement is between exemplar and its copy. For myself, contemplating, I fail to pierce the cause. It is no marvel, if thy fingers foiled do leave the knot untied, so hard T is grown, for want of tenting. Thus she said, but take, she added, if thou wish thy cure, my words, and entertain them subtly. Every orb, corporeal, doth proportion its extent unto the virtue through its parts differest. The greater blessedness preserves the more. The greater is the body, if all parts share equally, the more is to preserve. Therefore the circle, whose swift course in wheels, the universal frame answers to that, which is supreme in knowledge and in love. Thus by the virtue, not the seeming, breadth, of substance, measure, thou shalt see the heaveness, each to the intelligence that ruleth it, greater to more, and smaller unto less, suited in strict and wondrous harmony, as when the sturdy north blows from his cheek, a blast that scours the sky, forth with our air, cleared of the rack that hung on it before, glitters, and, with his beauties all unveiled, the firmament looks forth serene, and smiles. Such was my cheer, when Beatrice drove, with clear reply the shadows back, and truth was manifested, as a star in heaven. And when the words were ended, not unlike to iron in the furnace, every cirque ebullient shot forth scintillating fires, and every sparkle shivering to new blaze. In number did outmillion the account, reduplicate upon the checkered board. Then heard I echoing on from choir to choir, Hosanna to the fixed point that holds, and shall forever hold them to their place, from everlasting, irremovable. Musing a while I stood, and she, who saw, by inward meditations, thus began. In the first circles, they, whom thou beheldst, are seraphim and cherubim. Thus swift, follow their hoops, in likeness to the point, near as they can, approaching, and they can. The more, the loftier their vision. Those that round them fleet, gazing the Godhead next, are thrones, in whom the first trine ends. And all are blessed, even as their sight descends deeper into the truth, wherein rest is. For every mind, thus happiness hath root, in seeing, not in loving, which of sight is aftergrowth, and of the seeing such, the meed, as unto each in due degree, grace and goodwill their measure have assigned. The other trine, that with still opening buds, in this eternal springtide blossom fair, fearless of bruising from the nightly ram, breathe up in warbled melodies threefold, hosannas blending ever, from the three transmitted hierarchy of gods, for I, rejoicing, dominations first, next then, virtues, and powers the third, the next to whom are princedoms and archangels, with glad round, to tread their festal ring, and last the band, angelical, disporting in their sphere, all, as they circle in their orders, look aloft, and downward with such sway prevail, that all with mutual impulse tend to God. These once a mortal view beheld, desire in Dionysius so intently wrought, that he, as I have done, ranged them, and named their orders, marshalled in his thought. From him, dissentient, one refused his sacred reed, but soon as in this he then his doubting eyes were opened, Gregory at his error smilled. Nor marvel, that a denizen of earth should scorn such secret truth, for he had learnt both this and much beside of these our orbs, from an eyewitness to Heaven's mysteries. Canto 6. No longer than what time Laterna's twins, covered of Libra and the fleecy star, together both, girding the horizon hang, in even balance from the zenith poised, till from that verge, each, changing hemisphere, part the nice level, in so brief a space, did Beatrice's silence hold. A smile, bat painted on her cheek, and her fixed gaze, bent on the point, at which my vision failed, when thus her words resuming she began, I speak, nor what thou wouldst inquire demand, for I have marked it, where all time and place are present, not for increase to himself, of good which may not be increased, but forth, to manifest his glory by its beams, inhabiting his own eternity, beyond time's limit or what bound soe'er, to circumscribe his being, as he willed, into new natures, like unto himself, eternal love unfolded, nor before, as if in dull inaction torpid lay, for not in process of before or aft, upon these waters moved the Spirit of God, simple and mixed, both form and substance, forth, to perfect being started, like three darts, shot from a bow three-corded, and as ray, in crystal, glass, and amber, shines entire, e'en at the moment of its issuing, thus did, from th eternal sovereign, beam entire, his threefold operation, at one act, product coeval, yet in order each, created his due station new, those highest, who pure intelligence were made, mere power, The lowest, in the midst, bound with strict league, intelligence and power, unsevered bond, long tract of ages by the angels past, ere the creating of another world, described on Jerome's pages thou hast seen. But that what I disclose to thee is true. Those penmen, whom the Holy Spirit moved, in many a passage of their sacred book, attest, as thou by diligent search shalt find, and reason in some sort discerns the same, who scarce would grant the heathen ministers of their perfection void so long a space. Thus when and where these spirits of love were made, thou knowest, and how, unknowingest allayed, thy thirst, which from the triple question rose, ere one had reckoned 20, e'en so soon, part of the angels fell, and in their fall, confusion to your elements ensued. The others kept their station, and this task, whereon thou look'st, began with such delight, that they surcease not ever, day nor night. Their circling, of that fatal lapse the cause, was the cursed pride of him whom thou hast seen, pent with the world's encumbrance. Those, whom here, thou sayest, were lowly to confess themselves of his free bounty, who had made them apt for ministries so high, therefore their views were by enlightening grace and their own merit exalted, so that in their will confirmed they stand, nor feel to fall. For do not doubt, but to receive the grace which he then vouchsafes is meritorious, even as the soul with prompt affection welcometh the guest. Now, without further help, if with good heed, my words thy mind have treasured, thou henceforth this consistory round about mayst scan, and gaze thy fill. But since thou hast on earth heard vain disputers, reasoners in the schools, canvass the angelic nature, and dispute its powers of apprehension, memory, choice, therefore, is well thou take from me the truth, pure and without disguise, which they below, equivocating, darken and perplex. Know thou, that, from the first, these substances, rejoicing in the countenance of God, have held unceasingly their view, intent, upon the glorious vision, from the which naught absent is nor hid, where then no change of newness with succession interrupts. Remembrance there needs none to gather up divided thought and images remote, so that men, thus at variant with the truth, dream, though their eyes be open, reckless some of error, others well aware they err, to whom more guilt and shame are justly due. Each the known track of sage philosophy deserts, and has a byway of his own. So much the restless eagerness to shine, and love of singularity prevail. Yet this, offensive as it is, provokes heathen's anger less than when the book of God is forked to yield to man's authority, or from its straightness warped. No reckoning made, what blood the sowing of it in the world has cost, what favor for himself he wins, who meekly clings to it. The aim of all is how to shine, e'en they whose office is to preach the gospel, let the gospel sleep, and pass their own inventions off instead. One tells how at Christ's suffering the wan moon bent back her steps, and shadowed o'er the sun with intervenient disk as she withdrew. Another, how the light shrouded itself within its tabernacle, and left dark the Spaniard and the Indian with the Jew. Such fables Florence in her pulpit hears, banded about more frequent than the names of Bindi and of Lappi in her streets. The sheep, meanwhile, poor witless ones, return from pasture, fed with wind, and what avails? For their excuse, they do not see their harm. Christ said not to his first conventicle, go forth and preach impostures to the world, but gave them truth to build on, and the sound was mighty on their lips, nor needed they, beside the gospel, other spear or shield, to aid them in their warfare for the faith. The preacher now provides himself with store of jests and jibes, and so there be no lack of laughter, while he vents them. His big cowl distends, and he has won the meed he sought. Could but the vulgar catch a glimpse the while of that dark bird which nestles in his hood, they scarce would wait to hear the blessing said, which now the dotards hold in such esteem, that every counterfeit, who spreads abroad the hands of holy promise, finds a throng of credulous fools beneath. Saint Anthony fattens with this his swine, and others worse than swine, who diet at his lazy board, paying with unstamped metal for their fare. But, for we far have wandered, let us seek the forward path again, so as the way be shortened with the time. No mortal tongue nor thought of man hath ever reached so far, that of these natures he might count the tribes. What Daniel of their thousands hath revealed, with finite number infinite conceals, the fountain at whose source these drink their beams, with light supplies them in as many modes as there are splendors, that it shines on each according to the virtue it conceives, differing in love and sweet affection. Look then how lofty and how huge in breadth the eternal might, which, broken and dispersed over such countless mirrors, yet remains whole in itself and one, as at the first canto XXX. Noon's fervid hour perchance 6,000 miles from hence is distant, and the shadowy cone almost to level on our earth declines, when from the midmost of this blue abyss by turn some star is to our vision lost, and straightway as the handmaid of the sun puts forth her radiant brow, all, light by light, fade, and the spangled firmament shuts in into the loveliest of the glittering throng. Thus vanished gradually from my sight the triumph which plays ever round the point. That overcame me, seeming, for it did, ingirt by that it girdeth. Wherefore love, with loss of other object, fork me bend mine eyes on Beatrice once again. If all that hitherto is told of her were in one praise concluded, tea were too weak to furnish out this turn. Mine eyes did look on beauty, such as I believe in sooth, not merely to exceed our human, but that save its maker, none can to the full enjoy it. At this point o'erpowered I fail, unequal to my theme, as never bard of buskin or of socketh failed before. For, as the sun doth to the feeblest sight, e'en so remembrance of that witching smile hath dispossessed my spirit of itself. Not from that day, when on this earth I first beheld her charms, up to that view of them, have I with song applausive ever sayest, to follow, but not follow them no more. My course here bounded, as each artist's is, when it doth touch the limit of his skill. She, such as I bequeath her to the brute, of louder trump than mine, which hasteneth on, urging its arduous matter to the close. Her words reasoned, in gesture and in voice, resembling one accustomed to command. Forth from the last corporeal are we come, into the heaven that is unbardied light, light intellectual replete with love, love of true happiness replete with joy, joy that transcends all sweetness of delight. Here shalt thou look on I the mighty host of paradise, and one in that array, which in the final judgment thou shalt see, as when the lightning, in a sudden spleen, unfolded, dashes from the blinding eyes, the visive spirits dazzled and bedimmed. So, round about me, fulminating streams of living radiance played, and left me swathed and veiled in dense impenetrable blaze. Such will is in the love that stills this heaven, for its own flame the torch this fitting ever. No sooner to my listening ear had come the brief assurance than I understood New virtue into me infused, and sight kindled afresh, with vigor to sustain excessive light, however pure. I looked, and in the likeness of a river saw light flowing, from whose amber-seeming waves flashed up effulgence as they glided on, twixt banks, on either side, painted with spring. Incredible how fair, and, from the tide, there ever and anon, out-starting, flew sparkles instinct with life, and in the flow rs. Did set them, like to rubies chased in gold. Then, as if drunk with odors, plunged again into the wondrous flood, from which, as one re-entered, still another rose. The thirst of knowledge high, whereby thou art inflamed, to search the meaning of what here thou sayest. The more it warms thee, pleases me the more. But first behoves thee of this water drink, or ere that longing be allayed. So spake the day-star of mine eyes, then thus subjoined: this stream, and these, forth issuing from its gulf, and diving back, a living topaz each, with all this laughter on its bloomy shores, are but a preface, shadowy of the truth. They emblem, not that, in themselves, the things are crude, but on thy part is the defect, for that thy views not yet aspire so high. Never did babe, that had outslept his wont, rush, with such eager straining, to the milk, as I toward the water, bending me, to make the better mirrors of mine eyes, in the refining wave, and, as the eaves of mine eyelids did drink of it, forthwith seemed it unto me turned from length to round. Then as a troop of maskers, when they put their visors off, look other than before, the counterfeited semblance thrown aside, so into greater jubilee were charmed those flowers and sparkles, and distinct I saw before me the court of heaven displact. O prime enlightener, thou who cravest me strength, on the high triumph of thy realm to gaze, grant virtue now to utter what I kenned. There is in heaven a light, whose goodly shine makes the Creator visible to all created, that in seeing him alone have peace, and in a circle spread so far that the circumference were too loose a zone to girdle in the sun. All is one beam, reflected from the summit of the first, that moves, which being hence and vigor takes, and as some cliff, that from the bottom eyes, its image mirrored in the crystal flood, as if to admire its brave appareling, of verdure and of flowers, so, round about, eyeing the light, on more than million thrones, stood, eminent, whatever from our earth has to the skies returned. How wide the leaves extended to their utmost of this rose, whose lowest step embosoms such a space of ample radiance, yet nor amplitude nor height impeded, but my view with ease took in the full dimensions of that joy, near or remote, what there avails, where God immediate rules, and nature, awed, suspends her sway into the yellow of the rose, perennial, which in bright expansiveness lays forth its gradual blooming, redolent of praises to the never-wintering sun, as one who fain would speak yet holds his peace. Beatrice led me, and, behold, she said, this fair assemblage, stoles of snowy white, how numberless! The city where we dwell, behold how vast! And these our seats so thronged, few now are wanting here, in that proud stall, on which the crown, already o'er its state, suspended, holds thine eyes, or ere thyself mayst at the wedding sup, shall rest the soul of the great Harry, he who, by the world, Augustus hailed, to Italy must come, before her day be ripe. But ye are sick, and in your tetchy wantonness as blind, as is the bantling, that of hunger dies, and drives away the nurse. nor may it be, that he, who in the sacred forum sways, openly or in secret, shall with him accordant walk, whom God will not endure. Ieth holy office long, but thrust him down to Simon Magus, where Magnus priest will sink beneath him, such will be his meed. Canto XXXI. In fashion, as a snow-white rose, lay then before my view the saintly multitude, which in his own blood Christ espoused. Meanwhile, that other host, that soar aloft to gaze and celebrate his glory, whom they love, hovered around, and, like a troop of bees, amid the vernal sweets alighting now, clustering, where their fragrant labor glows, flew downward to the mighty flow arm, or rose from the redundant petals, streaming back unto the steadfast dwelling of their joy. Faces had they of flame, and wings of gold. The rest was whiter than the driven snow. And as they flitted down into the flower, from range to range, fanning their plumy loins, whispered the peace and ardor which they won from that soft winnowing shadow none, the vast interposition of such numerous flight, cast from above upon the flower, or view, obstructed aught. For, through the universe, wherever merited, celestial light glides freely, and no obstacle prevents. All there who reign in safety and in bliss, ages long past or new, on one sole mark, their love and vision fixed. O trinal beam of individual star, that charms them thus, vouchsafe one glance to gild our storm below. If the grim brood from Arctic shores that roamed, where hell ice, forever, as she wheels, sparkles a mother's fondness on her son, stood in mute wonder mid the works of Rome, when to their view the late Ran arose, in greatness more than earthly, who then, from human to divine had passed, from time unto eternity, and out of Florence to justice and to truth, how might I choose but marvel too, twixt gladness and amaze? In sooth no will had I to utter aught, or hear, and, as a pilgrim, when he rests within the temple of his vow, looks round, in breathless awe, and hopes sometime to tell of all its goodly state, e'en so mine eyes cowsed up and down along the living light, now low, and now aloft, and now around, visiting every step, looks I beheld, where charity in soft persuasion sat, smiles from within and radiance from above, and in each gesture grace and honor high. So roved my ken, and its general form, all paradise surveyed, when round I turned, with purpose of my lady to inquire once more of things that held my thoughts suspense, but answer found from other than I weened. For, Beatrice, when I thought to see, I saw instead a senior at my side, robbed, as the rest, in glory. Joy benign glowed in his eye, and o'er his cheek diffused, with gestures such as spake a father's love. And, whither is she vanished? Straight I asked. By Beatrice summoned, he replied, I come to aid thy wish. Looking aloft, to the third circle from the highest, there, behold her on the throne, wherein her merit hath placked her. Answering not, mine eyes I rayed, and saw her, where aloof she sat, her brow a wreath reflecting of eternal beams, not from the center of the sea so far, unto the region of the highest thunder, as was my ken from hers, and yet the form came through that medium down, unmixed and pure. O Lady, thou in whom my hopes have rest, who, for my safety, hast not scorned, in hell, to leave the traces of thy footsteps marked, for all mine eyes have seen, to thy power, and goodness, virtue, and grace, of slave, thou hast to freedom brought me, and no means For my deliverance apt hast left untried. Thy liberal bounty still toward me keep, that, when my spirit, which thou madest whole, is loosened from this body, it may find favor with thee. So I my suit preferred, and she, so distant, as appeared, looked down, and smiled, then to RDSTH eternal fountain turned, and thus the senior, holy and revered, that thou at length mayst happily conclude thy voyage, to which end I was dispatched, by supplication moved and holy love. Let thy upsoaring vision range, at large, this garden through, for so, by ray divine, kindled, thy ken a higher flight shall mount, and from Heaven's Queen, whom fervent I adore, all gracious aid befriend us, for that I am her own faithful Bernard, like a white, who haply from Croatia wends to see our Veronica, and the while that he is shown, hangs over it with never sated gaze, and all that he hath heard revolving, saith unto himself in thought, and didst thou look e'en thus, O Jesus, my true Lord and God? And was this semblance thine? So gazed I then, adoring, for the charity of him, who musing in the world that peace enjoyed, stood lively before me, child of grace. Thus he began, thou shalt not knowledge gain of this glad being, if thine eyes are held still in this depth below, but search around the circles to the furthest, till thou spy, seated in state, the queen, that of this realm, is sovereign. Straight mine eyes I rayed, and bright, as, at the birth of morn, the eastern clime, above th horizon where the sun declines, to mine eyes, that upward, as from vale, to mountain sped, at th extreme bound, apart, excelled in lustre all the front opposed, and as the glow burns ruddiest o'er the wave, that waits the sloping beam, which Phaeton ill knew to guide, and on each part the light diminished fades, intensest in the midst, so burned the peaceful oriflame, and slacked on every side the living flame decayed, and in that midst their sportive pennons waved thousands of angels, in resplendence each, distinct and quaint adornment, at their glee and carol smiled the lovely one of Heaven. That joy was in the eyes of all the blessed. Had I a tongue in eloquence as rich as is the colouring in fancy's loom, T were all too poor to utter the least part of that enchantment, when he saw mine eyes intent on her, that charmed him, Bernard gazed with so exceeding fondness, as infest ardour into my breast, and felt before Canto Xixi, freely the sage, though wrapped in musings high, ascent the teacher's part, and mild began the wound that Mary closed, she opened first. Who sits so beautiful at Mary's feet? The third in order, underneath her, lo, Rachel with Beatrice, Sarah next, Judith, Rebecca, and the gleaner maid, meek ancestress of him, who sang the songs of sore repentance in his sorrowful mood. All, as I named them, down from deaf to leaf, are in gradation throned on the rose, and from the seventh step, successively, adown the breathing tresses of the flow are. Still doth the file of Hebrew dames proceed, for these are a partition wall, whereby the sacred stairs are severed, as the faith in Christ divides them. On this part, where blooms each leaf in full maturity, are set, such as in Christ, or ere he came, believed. On th another, where an intersected space yet shows the semicircle void, abide all they who look to Christ already come, and as Our Lady on her glorious stool, and they who on their stools beneath her sit, this way distinction make, e'en so on his. The mighty Baptist that way marks the line, he who endured the desert and the pains, of martyrdom, and for 2 years of hell, yet still continued holy, and beneath Augustine, Francis, Benedict, and the rest, thus far from round to round. So he Venice decree forecasts this garden equally to fill, with faith in either view, past or to come. Learn too, that downward from the step, which cleaves midway the twain compartments, none there are, who place obtain for merit of their own, but have through others' merit been advanced. On set conditions, spirits all released, ere for themselves they had the power to choose. And, if thou mark and listen to them well, their childish looks and voice declare as much. Here, silent as thou art, I know thy doubt, and gladly will I loose the knot, wherein thy subtle thoughts have bound thee. From this realm, excluded, chalice no entrance here may find. No more shall hunger, thirst, or sorrow can. A law immutable hath established all, nor is there aught thou sayest that doth not fit exactly as the finger to the ring. It is not therefore without cause that these, O speedy comers to immortal life, are different in their shares of excellence. Our sovereign Lord, that settleth this estate, in love and in delight so absolute, that wish can dare no further, every soul, created in his joyous sight to dwell, with grace at pleasure variously endows, and for a proof l'effect may well suffice, and T is moreover most expressly marked in Holy Scripture, where the twins are said to have struggled in the womb. Therefore, as grace inweaves the coronet, so every brow weareth its proper hue of orient light, and merely in respect to his prime gift, not in reward of meritorious deed, hath each his several degree assigned. In early times with their own innocence, more was not wanting than the parents' faith, to save them. Those first ages past, behooved that circumcision in the males should imp the flight of innocent wings, but since the day of grace hath come, without baptismal rites, in Christ accomplished, innocence herself must linger yet below. Now raise thy view unto the visage most resembling Christ, for, in her splendor only, shalt thou win the POWR to look on him. Forthwith I saw such floods of gladness on her visage showered, from holy spirits, winging that profound, that, whatsoever I had yet beheld, had not so much suspended me with wonder, or shown me such similitude of God, and he, who had to her descended, once on earth, now hailed in heaven, and on poised wing, Ave Maria, Gratia plena, sang, to whose sweet anthem all the blissful court, from all parts and stirring, rang that holier joy. Brooded the deep serene Father revered, who deignest for me to quit the pleasant place, wherein thou sittest, by eternal lot. Say, who that angel is, that with such glee beholds our Queen, and so enamored glows of her high beauty, that all fire he seems. So I again resorted to the law of my wise teacher, he whom Mary's charms embellished as the sun the morning star, who thus in answer spake, in him are summed whatever of buxomness and free delight may be in spirit or in angel met, and so beseems, for that he bare the palm down unto Mary, when the Son of God vouchsafed to clothe him in terrestrial weeds. Now let thine eyes wait heedful on my words, and note thou of this just and pious realm the chiefest nobles, those highest in bliss, the twain on each hand next our Empress thronged, are as it were two roots unto this rose, he to the left, the parent, whose rash taste proves bitter to his seed, and, on the right, that ancient father of the Holy Church, into whose keeping Christ did give the keys Of this sweet flower, near whom behold the seer, that, ere he died, saw all the grievous times, of the fair bride, who with the lance and nails was one, and near unto the other rests the leader, under whom on manna fed, ungrateful nation, fickle and perverse. On another part, facing to Peter, lo, where Anna sits, so well content to look on her loved daughter, that with moveless eye she chants the loud hosanna, while, opposed to the first father of your mortal kind, is Lucia, at whose hest thy lady spared, when on the edge of ruin closed thine eye. But, for the vision hasteneth so an end, here break we off, as the good workman doth, that shapes the cloak according to the cloth, and to the primal love our ken shall rise, that thou mayst penetrate the brightness, far as sight can bear thee. Yet, alas! In sooth, beating thy pennons, thinking to advance, thou backward fallest. Grace then must first be gained, a grace, whose might can help thee. Thou in prayer seek her, and, with affection, whilst I sue, attend, and yield me all thy heart. He said, and thus the saintly orison began. Canto Xixi. O Virgin Mother, daughter of thy Son, created beings all in lowliness, surpassing, as in height, above them all, termed by l'eternal counsel preordained, ennobler of thy nature, so advanced in thee, that its great Maker did not scorn himself in his own working close to dwell, for in thy womb rekindling shone the love revealed, whose genial influence makes now this flower to germine in eternal peace. Hear thou to us of charity and love, art as the noonday torch, and art beneath to mortal men of hope a living spring. So mighty art thou, Lady, and so great, that he who grace desireth and comes not to thee for aidance, fain would have desire, fly without wings, nor only him who asks thy bounty succors, but doth freely oft forerun the asking, whatsoe'er may be, of excellence in creature, pity mild, relenting mercy, large munificence, are all combined in thee. Here kneeleth one, who of all spirits hath reviewed the state, from the world's lowest gap unto this height. Suppliant to thee he kneels, imploring grace for virtue, yet more high to lift his ken toward the bliss supreme. And I, who ne'er coveted sight more fondly for myself than now for him, my prayers to thee prefer, and pray they be not scant, that thou wouldst drive each cloud of his mortality away, that on the sovereign pleasure he may gaze. This also I entreat of thee, O Queen, who canst do what thou wilt, that in him thou wouldst after all he hath beheld, preserve affection sound, and human passions quell. Lo, where, with Beatrice, many a saint stretch their clasped hands in furtherance of my suit, the eyes that he then with love and awe regards, fixed on the suitor, witnessed how benign she looks on pious prayers, then fastened they on the everlasting light, wherein no eye of creature, as may well be thought, so far can travel inward. I, meanwhile, who drew near to the limit where all wishes end, the ardor of my wish, for so behoved, ended within me, beckoning smiled the sage, that I should look aloft, but ere he bade, already of myself aloft I looked, for visual strength, refining more and more, bear me into the ray authentical of sovereign light. Thenceforward, what I saw was not for words to speak, nor memory's self to stand against such outrage on her skill, as one who from a dream awakened, straight all he hath seen forgets, yet still retains Impression of the feeling in his dream. In such am I, for all the vision dies. As tea were, away, and yet the sense of sweet that sprang from it still trickles in my heart. Thus in the sun-thaw is the snow unsealed. Thus in the winds on flitting leaves was lost the Sibyl's sentence. O eternal beam, whose height what reach of mortal thought may soar, yield me again some little particle of what thou then appearedst, give my tongue power but to leave one sparkle of thy glory unto the race to come that shall not lose thy triumph holy, if thou waken aught of memory in me, and endure to hear the record sound in this unequal strain. Such keenness from the living ray I met, that, if mine eyes had turned away, methinks I had been lost, but so emboldened, on I passed, as I remember, till my view hovered the brink of dread infinitude. O grace, unenvying of thy boon, that gavest boldness to fix so earnestly my ken on everlasting splendor, that I looked, while sight was unconsumed, and, in that depth, saw in one volume clasped of love, whatever the universe unfolds, all properties of substance and of accident, beheld, compounded, yet one individual light, the whole, and of such bond methinks I saw the universal form, for that whenever I do but speak of it, my soul dilates beyond her proper self, and, till I speak, one moment seems a longer lethargy than 25 ages had appeared. To that emprise, that first made Neptune wonder at Argo's shadow darkening on his flood, with fixed heed, suspense, and motionless wondering I gazed, and admiration still was kindled as I gazed. It may not be that one who looks upon that light can turn to other object willingly his view, for all the good that will make covered there is summed, and all elsewhere defective found. Complete, my tongue shall utter now no more, e'en what remembrance keeps, than could the babe's that yet is moistened at his mother's breast. Not that the semblance of the living light was changed, that ever as at first remained, but that my vision quickening in that soul appearance still new miracles descried, and toiled me with the change. In that abyss of radiance, clear and lofty, seemed methought 3 orbs of triple hue clipped in one bound, and from another one reflected seemed as rainbow is from rainbow, and the third seemed fire, breathed equally from both. O speech, how feeble and how faint art thou, to give conception birth, yet this to what I saw is less than little. O eternal light, soul in thyself that dwellst, and of thyself, soul understood, past, present, or to come, thou smiledst on that circling, which in thee seemed as reflected splendor, while I mused, for I therein, methought, in its own hue, beheld our image painted steadfastly. I therefore pored upon the view, as one who versed in geometric lore would fain measure the circle, and, though pondering long and deeply, that beginning which he needs, finds not, e'en such was I, intent to scan the novel wonder, and trace out the form, how to the circle fitted, and therein how placked, but the flight was not for my wing, had not a flash darted athwart my mind, and in the spleen unfolded what it sought. Here vigor failed the toe-ring fantasy, but yet the will rolled onward, like a wheel, in even motion, by the love impelled, that moves the sun in heaven and all the stars.